What? Good evening, good morning, and good afternoon from every time zone around this great world of ours, around the internet. We're the only live stream on YouTube right now. As always, welcome to Toast to Toast AM with Paul and with my loyal co-host, Dave.
I'm like a dog you've trained to do a wonderful trick. Here I am.
We also have a doll. There's just her butt because we got the weird camera angle.
There you go. You know,
we brought Bella with us.
There we go. There is the rest of the dog there too.
Regular viewers will note that we are doing a slightly different format tonight because Dave, you and I need to behave tonight. Not that we don't normally, not that we aren't always on our best behavior, but we have actual experts in the house, Dave.
That is a little intimidating.
I know, right? We have with us from Digital Hammurabi, we have, let me see if I can find the right screen.
There we go.
Josh and Megan. We're going to put them on the big portion. There we go.
Hey, guys. And
welcome.
You don't have to behave yourselves. That's okay.
This is not a behave yourself stream. It is absolutely not.
I mean, we're talking about Sitchin, so I sincerely hope it's not a behave yourself stream because I'm going to get very angry.
Yeah, and when you first put our picture up, I was going to say, can you make that bigger? That's what she said, but I didn't. So.
But then you did. Wonderful.
But then I did.
Oh, we're in trouble. We're in trouble tonight, everybody. Also joining us, normally in the chat, but joining us live today, we have Shannon Q.
It's a special
live
privilege.
from down the hall.
Yeah. Usually I'm just delivering drinks to this live stream.
I noticed that Josh and Megan, when they're in the same house, they're allowed to just be in the same room when they stream.
I mean, that's more because we don't have two setups.
I feel like we're getting into some stuff here all of a sudden. All right.
It did.
We're just down the hall, but I live in this Borg cube. Whatever this is.
It's depressing in there.
And Shannon has a nice homey.
I live in a land of light and love with the world, and the best is yet to come side. It's way too positive in here for Paul. He can't handle it.
Yeah.
Way too much positivity and plants and smells nice.
I think this is the only room in the house that doesn't have plants in.
Oh, they're fake. Don't let me fool you.
Oh,
I can't keep a plant alive. Those are from IKEA. They're not alive.
Well, Kent Hoven's Hawaiian shirt is in here, so that has some plants on it.
It's my tribute. Just a little.
It's very nice.
So, Josh and Megan, I don't know how familiar you are with this show. This is a show we do every couple of weeks or so, where we review an old radio show called Coast to Coast AM, starring Art Bell, the late Art Bell. It's still currently a show. Are you at all familiar with this radio show? This is okay. So it was at one point the largest radio show that there was. It ran from midnight until 4 a.m. every day, and it basically covered the paranormal, UFOs, you name the idea, leprechauns, time travelers. There's vampires and ghost lines sometimes. You name it, the show covered that type of thing. For some reason, when I was a theist believer, this appealed to me. This seemed like a thing I should listen to.
It should be noted, covered it seriously. It was never a joke. the Howard Bell. He always did his best to make his guests seem not crazy and rational. Sometimes more, greater or lesser degrees of success, but
That's a talent in and of itself.
it really was, which is why the show garnered an audience of millions and millions of people. He had a long career in radio and was an exceptionally good interviewer. Like you can see there's interviews with him with George Carlin and like other famous actual people. So
at one point, for example, Bart Ehrman was on the show a few times.
Yeah.
But what made me think of maybe I should talk about it was Kent Hovind was also on the show a couple of times, as you can imagine, as a guest who was very seriously pitching his creationist theory, which we've covered one of those episodes on our show here. But several months ago, Dave pitched to me, hey, there's this Sitchin guy who was a host guest several times, and he reads ancient Sumerian and knows all the secrets. So I decided, well, I know some people who speak Sumerian. Let me just see if they've ever heard of this guy. And I don't know, I got the electronic equivalent of a scrunched face, I feel like is what I got back from you guys.
That's true.
Yeah.
And so then it kind of the back of my head was, I need to save this for some time when Josh and Megan can help us. And it so happened that Shannon and I on Sunday.
Don't go Saturday.
Thursdays.
Nobody will be there.
we are doing the MS walk, and so we have done on my channel. This is the second now live stream we've been doing to raise money for that. And I thought, let's put all of the fun together in our one last pressed effort to try to raise money for our for Team Shannon Q. So far we have raised $8,690. And we are hoping tonight to cross the $10,000 mark.
I believe we can do it.
I hope so.
So those in the audience know that we love to interact with the super chats, and you're free to still send a super chat tonight if you want. But that is going to be just private for the show because YouTube won't send us that money in time for Sunday. So what we need you to do is we prefer you to do is to go to the donation page. So there's two links in the description. There's Team Paulogia and there's Team Shannon Q.
I've been putting mine in the chat because I'm a cheater.
So
I'm not sorry.
We absolutely will be voting. You will be voting with your dollars as to whom you support. Do you support me or Shannon?
It's dark.
Are you on Team Coffee Table or Team No Coffee Table?
It's time to decide who your favorite is. Who's the best?
That's right. Because
all I'm saying is one of us has MS and one of us doesn't.
So Shannon has
That's
raised.
all I'm saying.
Shannon has raised on her team $27.35, and I've raised on my team. I'm a little bit behind. I'm at $25.55. So I need all the Team Paulogia people. I need you to step up. Anyway, we are definitely going to be reading your donation notes.
Yes.
As super chats today.
I appreciate you not using the fact that today is your birthday.
That doesn't sound even true.
What?
It is true.
There's no birthdays.
It is true.
That
But it doesn't matter.
I will say
not even you care. So
the big point is the first message has come in since we started, $50 from Scutz Bopper, who says, thank you all for what you do. And I assume that means all of us. So
every single one of us.
That's right. All right. So that's how it's going to work, audience. Please, we will interrupt our shenanigans to read your donations to the MS Walk. Now,
and we appreciate
so we have two members of our panel have directly are impacted by MS. Now, we talked with Shannon last time, but not many people know, or maybe everyone knows. I'm not sure. But Dr. Josh, who is beloved in this community and the community abroad.
I mean, I'm fond of him. I would.
I love him, but I'm married to him, so it goes with the territory.
If you've ever felt in your life that slavery, you need a reason to endorse slavery.
Josh is your guy. Josh
you probably know Josh.
Renowned.
I wish I could say, Josh, that slavery is not going to come up today, but it might. I don't know.
It's all a
It
journey.
usually does.
Josh, I know that you are living with MS, and that is largely invisible to most of us. Can you talk to us just a little bit about how MS affects your life, and or just your journey with that, or what research would mean? So something along those lines. Would you be willing to share with us some of your MS journey with us?
Yeah. So I got it was, I guess, my
Fourth year.
no,
No.
that was my first end of my first year, beginning of my second. I can't remember at Hopkins, so it would have been like 2011. Is that right? I don't know. I don't know anymore. I don't know when it was. Might have been 2010. But I was studying with my friend Caleb Howard, who's at Tyndale now, for our final exams, and I was staying over at his house, just studying all day. And I went to bed, and it felt like my contacts had gone kind of blurry. But just my sorry, it's bad now. Just my left eye. And so I took my contacts out and went to sleep. And I woke up the next morning, and it was still, even without the contact in, my left eye was just pretty blurry. And so I didn't think anything of it, and kind of made it through and took the exams and then drove home, which was a fun thing. But when I got back, I thought, well, I should get this checked out. Anyway, they sent me in to get an MRI, and I had optic neuritis, which is like one of there are pins and needles feelings in people's feet. That can be an early sign, a common early sign. But optic neuritis was another early sign.
What that means is the optic nerve is inflamed.
Yeah. And so they put me in the hospital, and they put me on steroids and blah, blah, blah. But there were other lesions. They did the MRI. There were other lesions on my brain. And so they diagnosed me with multiple sclerosis. They told me, because I was like 30, I guess, when that happened, they told me that because of my age, that it had, statistically, it was probably going to be very aggressive. And so be prepared for in 6 months to be in a wheelchair, which was kind of crazy news to hear. I feel incredibly fortunate because that did not happen. They immediately put me on a drug called Tecfidera, which is pretty strong, I guess. And I've been on that ever since, twice a day. And yeah, so the other ways that it, we found out that it affects me is like if I heat up at all, like I have an app on my phone that I'll be checking here in a minute because this room tends to heat up a little bit. So I'm going to turn the AC down a little bit. Sorry. Because if I don't, I'll start to get really lightheaded and my body will start to shut down. I have something called spasticity in my left arm. So it'll lock up like in this position, which is super fun. I've gotten some tips from my neurologist on how to combat that, so that's been pretty good. I have some bladder issues, which is super fun, because the brain
Cheers,
doesn't.
friend.
Yeah, so like it's stuff like that, but as you say, it's like mostly hidden. My vision now, because I've had optic neuritis come back a number of times over the years. Like I think my vision is like 2800 corrected in my left eye. So like they don't even give me a contact anymore. They're like, they won't do anything. But my right eye picks up the weight. So
Struggle with memory too.
yes, and I forgot that I struggle with memory. No, it's always fun to go into the doctor's office is like I broke my toe several months ago, and I went into the podiatrist to have him look at it, and he's like, "Can you just write down if you're on any medication?" And I went,
There's so much medication.
"All right."
Here's your notepad.
After a lot of times, I'll write like the first 3 or 4, and then I'll write etc. or available upon
Right.
request. You know,
Right. Like that's like your references on a resume.
yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, so but again, I feel like I've been very, very fortunate because they did tell me it was probably going to be incredibly aggressive, and yeah. So I don't know, was that what you?
That was perfect, and
Yeah,
I
that's
just
perfect.
I wanted to, because Shannon and Josh are large for a lot of people. I think are the face in our community of MS, but you both are so prolific and well spoken and respected, and just seemingly on every stream, on every channel, every day. It seems like perhaps that this is something that is just it's like it's a minor thing, like take an aspirin and you're fine, kind of a thing, and it very much is not. It's very much a hidden thing. People, many people are much worse off than Josh and Shannon on this.
Oh, 100%.
And Shannon and I are very excited to be doing the walk on Sunday, and appreciative of all the people who are going to donate to the cause. I know that in Canada it goes to both research, but as well as to help
Continuous
to help
support
the
aid.
circumstances of people. Right, exactly.
Yeah. So it goes to help subsidize drugs, to help subsidize any sort of like accommodations that people may need either in the workplace or the home. It goes towards mental health therapy. It goes towards education. It goes towards like myriad things. It's not just research. They actually do like boots on the ground community support work at the MS Society. And it's super, 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 super important to have that. I'm lucky enough, like Josh, that I currently don't need it. I'm still very ambulatory. Most of my symptoms are symptoms that you wouldn't recognize, but sometimes they are super visible. Like I shared the other day, like on Twitter and Facebook, and I think in one of our group chats, like every once in a while, I'll just have what I think they're called like vacillations, which is like a random like ligament will just be like, I'm in charge of this thumb now, for example, and just start pulsating in like this crazy manner, and that will just go seemingly forever, and there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. Like my right hand and my thumb especially, I don't know what it is about my thumb, but MS really hates this particular fucking thumb in particular. It hates it. And it really wants to have control of it or render it useless, one or the other. And you can like actually see it, but the exhaustion, oh my gosh. I suffer with heat too. We don't talk about it. You and I should commiserate more. Heat actually makes me like sick. Like if I eat before I have a hot shower, I will actually like, I'll vomit. Like I'll get sick. I'll get physically sick because my body's just like, what's going on? We're really, really hot right now. And then I'll be exhausted and like have to lie down from having a shower.
It's one of the reasons that like I have to make myself shower. And that sounds probably really gross, but
no,
like, because I just know if I'm going to have to like go find a fan and sit under it for 10 or 15 minutes because I just, I'll just pass out. So.
Well,
like,
the good news is we have had
showering is work because it's going to.
We've had a number of people already help contribute. So we have Rosina Keller. I hope for nothing more than a cure for MS and a vaccine for EBV.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Rosina. We have $50 from Brain Cramp, longtime friend of the show. Brain Cramp, thank you. Contributing on Paul's channel to make Paul and Dave feel like they're doing something.
Here we are.
It's charity work.
But this is really for Shannon. Love you guys. Keep up the good work. Oh, and happy birthday, Paul. That must be for somebody. I don't know who that's for.
I sabotaged myself mentioning your birthday. Huge mistake. Huge. Big. I'm putting my link in the chat.
Fred gave $50 to the team Shannon Q. Definitely team coffee table. So much wishing you the best. Sammy also gave to Team Shannon Q $50 with no message. Thank you, Sammy.
Thank you, Sam.
And SJL $20. Thank you so much for every little bit. In honor of my sister, who also has MS and is doing her own walk this year. That's amazing. Thank you, SJL. I hope you're also contributing to your sisters, at least supporting. And Robert, 2747. Thank you so much to my team. You are all the best, donating to Team Paul for the wonderful idea of having two brilliant academic minds on one of the silliest YouTube shows. Thank you for everything you do. Dave, they're talking.
Yeah, I wouldn't call myself an academician. I never actually.
Dave and I aren't technically academics.
I was in university for 8 years, but I was politely asked to leave before receiving my degree.
Yeah, there's several terminal degrees on this live stream, and Dave has at least half of them.
There are a lot of people that go to college for 7 years. I know. They're called doctors.
Yeah. Or cool party guys. Let's.
All right. So, Dave, I got distracted. Normally, so we haven't done our toast yet. Our show is literally named Toast to Toast. We have not done our initial toast. So, cheers to everyone who is suffering with MS and is supporting of MS, and to our guests. Cheers.
Cheers.
In honor of a special occasion, I broke out my 44-year-old whiskey for this.
Whoa. Wow. The privilege. Is it a special occasion, Paul's birthday?
I mean, I promised him. You know what? I don't know.
Or is it because I'm actually here tonight and I'm never on the stream?
Dave made me a promise earlier.
Yeah.
He called me earlier today and made me a promise, and he is holding to the promise, and no one else is. All right. And I had a special tequila that Shannon got me for no reason today.
Oh.
And so that's what we're doing. All right. So so here's the thing. Even though this is a charity stream, the normal costs incur for all the stuff that we do to keep the lights on. So we had to. So even though, and look, we're forgoing super chats today. Dave and I are happy to do that. That's all good.
Couldn't be happy.
MS Walk, but we just can't. We have bills to pay, and we have to have our sponsor. So we're just going to take a second here. Dave, you've secured our sponsor for today.
I have lined up a very special sponsor.
Okay, very good. Take it away.
So happy.
Special ad segment.
Paul, other guests, I'm so tremendously excited to talk about this week's sponsor. And this week, this is a big one. This is the white whale. We found it just between you and me, Paul, and Josh and Megan and Shannon and the huge Toast to Toast audience, I suppose, who's here to support the wonderful work done by MS Walk. I've been working on landing a deal with this sponsor almost since the show began. Frankly, if it wasn't for an introduction from the good people at our previous sponsor, Clay Tablets, making an introduction, I don't know if I would have even been able to get in the door. But you know what? They did, and I did, and now here we are. This sponsor has been putting smiles on faces and covering those lacking social graces longer than anyone can remember. I am, of course, talking about the best way to drink a hearty helping of calories while numbing the mind to the unbearable weight of existence. Our sponsor this week is none other than beer. That's right, friend, beer. The best thing you can do with wheat and barley and all the other grains. Let me take a moment to highlight the many ways beer can improve, enhance, and uplift your lot in life. The numerous health benefits to beer are so well known, I feel it would be a waste of time for me to list them here. There's no better source on earth for nutriments and enzymals that the healthy adults crave. But Paul, beer can help you in so many other ways. Not only can it provide a quick artificial boost in confidence that you need to ask a potential romantic partner to join you for a night on the town, it can be a wonderful aid in boosting all of society. It's a well-documented fact that when you want to get Enki drunk and agreeable so that you can persuade him to give you the sacred laws of civilization, there is no better beverage to give him than a hearty helping of beer. Got a population of, let's say, prisoners with jobs that you want to keep fed and docile? Instead of giving them bread, why not give them liquid bread that makes them happy, sleepy, and a lot less revolty? Sounds too good to be true? Well, hold on to your steins because there is even more. Beer has a very special introductory offer for new customers. For this very special charity stream, you can use the promo code ENKIDU, ENKIDU, when first trying beer to receive an absolutely amazing introductory offer. You will get a full meal of bread and 7 jugs of beer completely free, guaranteed to make you human or double your money back. Where else will you find a deal like that? Nowhere. That's where. So do not walk, run to your local beertorium today and get yourself a tall, frosty mug of the best drink around.
You've outdone yourself. Wow.
That was amazing.
That made me happy.
Yeah.
That's a white whale. That's
That's
impressive. I did not think you could outdo pants, but
that's why they
Well
pay me
done.
the big bucks.
I did
I'm a
think the
little bit
introductory offer was going to include sex with a prostitute for 7 days, but
We couldn't get the temple prostitutes on board, unfortunately.
Now,
they're in a
Dave,
union.
You
will
can
remember,
only get them to
though-
come in Nevada. Outside of there, it doesn't work out. So I just didn't bring it up here.
you recall, though, I
I can't
didn't
imagine
want
how
you-
bad that all sounded if somebody doesn't know about the Epic of Gilgamesh. That's all I'm saying.
What?
Dave's like, what? The epic of what? Gilgamesh? Never heard of it. Crazy.
I wish you hadn't brought up the fact that Clay Tablets is a sponsor of the channel, because it's a little bit embarrassing that Clay Tablets never did approach Digital Hammurabi as a sponsor for their channel.
It's some kind of conspiracy, I think.
But
Yeah.
I mean, we're the only show on YouTube right
I'm
now.
available.
So
Get with
that
me
makes
after the
sense.
show. We'll
It's
see
because of
what-
their controversial stance on ancient aliens. Nobody can.
That's true.
Nobody
That's
in
true.
that sphere can endorse.
And
them
we are
after that.
actually, we need to get to, I mean, longtime watchers of this show will know that we usually take a good 20 minutes to finally get to the content. So
more.
we're right on
Here we
track
are.
with that. But first, let's check. We've had a few more donations.
Yay!
because once again, anybody joining us late, click the links in the chat. We're taking donations for MS Walk today. Wonderful cause. Throw your money there. Make sure you click on the Team Paul link. Good job, everybody.
Yeah, let's just pretend I just posted the Team Paul link in the chat. Click on that one. That's the
So we have Jeffrey Mason donated $27.47. Wants to know: do the Bowens speak ancient Sumerian at home?
Exclusively.
The only
Is that how you communicate so that the kids don't know what's happening?
Yes. Yes. Some people use
perfect.
Pig Latin. We use Sumerian.
Perfect.
Occasionally German.
Yeah, in all honesty, we do use German for that.
Bad German.
That's what my parents
Mine
did
could
too.
tomorrow.
Yeah, makes sense.
Your parents speak
Uh,
Low German, and that's not the same thing.
Low German's not the same, I understand, but Anonymous 2060, and these amounts are weird because people are probably donating in currencies that are not Canadian. They're being converted to our magical currencies of beaver pelts. So 2060 in beaver pelts
And moose teeth.
to Team Shannon Q from another person with MS, wishing you the best. Master, how do I say this, Dave? Master Machetier.
Master Machetier? I mean, I guess, yeah. Looks
All right.
great.
I like
All
how
right.
you deferred to Dave.
Yeah, why-
like he's going to be the one who has the inside track on how to pronounce that. Nice move.
because Paul
I mean-
is humiliating me in front of a live audience.
I'm here now, Dave. Don't worry.
Rosina Keller, another donation. Amazing.
Oh my.
To Team Shannon Q. I didn't realize this was fake Canadian money when I did my first donation, so here's more. All right, thank you. Thank you. Vishanti, longtime friend of the channel.
Thank you.
The
Trivia rival.
Gematria of 18. This is why in the chat. Vishanti donated 18 American dollars, so this would have made sense if we'd have seen that.
Mm.
The gematria of 18 equals the Hebrew word Hai. Hai Lahaim is a common toast, which means to life.
Cheers. Lahaim.
Time.
If only we had someone on our channel who regularly on YouTube just read Hebrew for fun.
There's no one who does that, Paul. Don't be ridiculous.
Yeah, that's great.
No one can,
Can you
in fact, read
imagine?
Hebrew.
Can you
I would
imagine what kind of
never
ridiculous
affiliate
show
with
that would
someone
be?
like that sounds like a super nerdy thing to do.
Yeah.
Tips in the audience like cursing aloud.
Yeah.
So,
Well, I'm
Go
treating
Oilers, Kip! Go Oilers!
yeah, was that a compliment or no to me?
It was
a compliment.
Okay.
Mania family, 4120 to Team Shannon Q. Thank you so much. Matthew K, aka Van Briggs Vulcan Atheist. Much love. So the other fun thing is that Shannon and I send these links out to our family and friends,
So they get
as well as on these live streams. So it's always fun to have Vulcan Atheist in the thing. Much love to Dr. Josh Bowen, Shannon Q, those in the chat suffering from MS, and everyone else somehow not familiar with the only channel on YouTube. Love you, my friends. We're not the only channel on YouTube. Technically, we're the only live stream on YouTube right now.
Right now. Yeah.
Right now. When we're done, they allow other shows to happen as well. So yeah. Perfect. Well, shall we get to Art Bell
aching to hear
interviewing Zecharia Sitchin out. I feel like, Josh and Megan, if it's okay with you, I think we just want to roll into it without letting, because we don't need radio show.
Fuck context.
I don't think we needed context. I think we just can just roll with it. You good?
Go for it. Yep.
All right. Off we go, and just anyone on the panel, just start talking when you want to, and I will pause it.
Sitchin, one of a small number of Orientalists who can read the Sumerian clay tablets, which...
Is that racist?
Yes.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, at the beginning of Assyriology as a field, it was Oriental studies. Like, that was the accepted way of referring to the study of the ancient Near East. People don't do that anymore.
We should put for context.
Okay, but
leave this episode. This radio show was recorded in 1998.
1997 was this one, I believe. Yeah, the first one was 95. So
yes, but if you bear in mind, the former Chicago Institute for Oriental Studies literally changed its name this year.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this year. We in academia catch up quite slowly to, not being.
But Megan, even you softened that there. You said Oriental Studies.
Yeah.
Arch said Orientalist.
Yes, I don't think that's referring to Sitchin's personal ethnicity. I think that's a description.
No, it sounded like a term for his vocation.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That's again old-fashioned and racist.
Very good. Okay.
Uncomfortably common.
I think the bigger issue that we have in these types of discussions is the underlying premise of all of it is that people in the ancient world must have been really stupid. And so when we come across cool stuff in the ancient world, well, they couldn't have done that because they were morons, right? So it had to be aliens that did it. And the thing is, this happens even in things maybe especially in things like apologetics, where you have people say things like, well, they're just people living in the desert and they don't have anything else that they can do, and they're just going to starve to death. Sorry, I'm going into slavery. Anyway,
so Josh, you are not.
I have a thing to say from a neuroevolutionary standpoint, neuroscientifically, from a neuroevolutionary standpoint, 5,000 years is nothing. It's a pinprick in our evolution. So our neurological aptitudes were not significantly or even noticeably different en masse, generally speaking, which means that the difference wasn't in aptitude, it was in information access. So it's not that these people weren't smart. I don't like that terminology because it's like saying that your environment dictates your aptitude, and your environment doesn't dictate your aptitude. It dictates the available information that you can assimilate. Their brains were functionally the same as ours. They could not have been different. So their aptitude was the same. So saying that they were stupid biologically is a misnomer. It's just functionally incorrect. I'll shut up again now, but that annoyed me when I heard it because that's just functionally not true. And dangerous, like eugenicsy fucking dangerous.
I feel like I need to now rewind. We built to 7 seconds. Let's go try again.
Zecharia Sitchin, one of a small number of Orientalists who can read the Sumerian clay tablets, which trace Earth's and human events to their very earliest times.
So,
No.
I'm sorry. So,
Just no.
You're setting a
Is
new
it-
record here for.
is it correct to say that in 1997 that Sitchins,
Don't confuse those two for fuck's sake.
Very different.
Jesus.
Sitchins was one of but a handful of people on Earth who could read clay tablets. Is that accurate?
I mean, I guess it depends how big your hands are.
So historiology isn't a massive field, but
Well,
and then you get into the question of could he actually
yeah, I mean, I
read
feel like
the
there's
clay
this,
tablets?
there's this like,
And having read the first book that he wrote,
yeah, there's this
maybe.
hidden premise, right?
Yes.
that he
I
could.
see. Gotcha. Okay.
Spoilers,
Okay.
Josh.
Fair enough. All right. So I gotcha. All right.
Was born in Russia, raised in Palestine, where he acquired a profound knowledge of modern and ancient Hebrew and of other Semitic and European languages.
I just
The
want
Old
to now
Testament?
break in as well. Sumerian is not a Semitic language or a European language. It's completely unrelated to any other language that we know of. So the fact that Sitchin was profoundly adept, fluent, whatever, in Hebrew is completely irrelevant because that does not help you
Yeah, I mean, like,
understand any Sumerian at all.
I mean, the only way that that it's useful is if you understand Hebrew. It makes it easier to learn Akkadian and Sumerian in the textual tradition. You know, parallel in many places, and so it could help you.
Not that
do
they're
lexicography
grammatically
or
similar,
something,
but
yeah.
that they are used in combination very, very regularly.
Yeah, but he didn't know Sumerian, so
No, but
if he,
he's
if he did, he hit it very well.
yeah, he hit it. That's what we always say. If he did, he hit it very well.
I see. Well, I think the point that he's making is a savant. I'm sure as we listen to this introduction, we're going to hear, you know, how he's excellent at physics and playing piano.
He
as well.
didn't walk on water, but nothing above the ankle got wet.
Shannon has your dissertation book.
Oh,
I have your signed dissertation book, actually. Yeah, I just wanted to throw your credentials up on screen. I was like, hey, this book is useful to a conversation I'm having.
it's
See,
the
this is proof
first time
that
it's been
Josh
useful.
speaks Sumerian.
So Eric from Skeptics and Scoundrels, $150 to Team Shannon Q. I feel like I'm getting my butt kicked here. Where's my team Paulogias?
Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
Looking forward to listening to this posse of nerds talk about Reed's notes. Space slaves. Oh boy.
Well, it's been 4.5 hours and Sitchins hasn't even said a word yet, so
That's true.
Yeah.
we're
So
killing it. Classic toast to toast style.
Andres Placaris,
It's very on
687 to
brand.
Team Shannon Q. I don't have much, but I feel every dollar can make a difference. Thank you so much.
100% true.
And obviously, if you are in a position right now where this is like, don't give money that you can't afford to give. Obviously,
Ever.
this is just for those who have been blessed enough that can help us out. Please enjoy the show for free. We don't want to put any pressure on anyone. And
Beer's got you covered. Don't worry about it.
that's right. Beer,
But do go use the promo code for beer. Please.
Yes, that's right.
That'll be helpful.
And also we have Hyacinth Flay. Love your content.
Nailed it.
Always happy to donate to a cause when it's such a donation by creators as well. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate
All right. Back to ridiculousness. Oh, we got to add.
In the history and archaeology of the Near East, he graduated from the University of London, majoring in economic history, having attended the London School of Economics and Political Science, and after a writing career as a journalist, began writing his Earth Chronicles series of books.
Can
Many
I
thousands of
continue?
years.
You will notice, the observant among you, that nowhere has Sitchin ever received any kind of formal training in any branch of ancient history,
I was
let alone
noticing, yeah,
Assyriology.
much the same thing. They have a lot of economics and political science and journalism, not so much.
Yeah, no, yeah. But he can absolutely read the clay tablets of ancient Sumer. So
Well, I don't know if you were paying attention, Megan. He's very fluent in Hebrew.
that's true.
It's
It's true. And European languages.
and
So we're in
European
good hands here.
It's ancient Sumeria.
Sorry, ancient Sumeria. They did actually get that bit right.
That's true.
I was surprised.
You know, that's something. That's something.
Years
Oh,
ago,
here we go.
a race of extraordinary visitors to planet Earth deciphered the cosmic code and used genetic engineering to short-circuit evolution and bring about us, Homo sapiens.
Oh, I hate that.
Their footprints in
For
You're
the
not a
record,
fan of this, Shannon.
This is,
I'm not a fan.
if that's where your breaking point is, this is going to be a long.
I am notorious for having a very early breaking point and then just escalating. So we'll see.
This
how
is just
goes.
normal
I might
toast-to-toast
just be
stuff.
pacing around the living room in like 20 minutes.
Unless there is a hole involved where I throw dead dogs in and they come out alive, this is nothing.
Or the laser that killed the dog and then he killed the alien with a stick. I liked that
That's
one
right.
too.
Or there's an alien in my freezer. Like, so far,
This
just
is
the
very
fact
deep.
that ancient Sumerian gods were involved in evolution, that seems like a rather mundane claim at this point.
It's logical, in fact.
I guess.
Plausible.
I don't know how to react to
include
anything.
the vast monolithic structures on Earth and the surface of Mars. Zecharia Sitchin, internationally acclaimed author.
See?
What qualifies him to know what's on the surface of Mars? Because he took economics somewhere?
No, Shannon, it's written in Sumerian.
Yeah.
That's how he
That's the
knows.
key.
So he doesn't speak the language that he's utilizing as his evidence. He has no expertise in the history of the area that he's using as his evidence, and he has no education in any of the relevant fields. And he's heard
Look.
from a conspiracy theorist that there might be a structure on Mars.
No, Shannon, you haven't listened ahead.
I'm about
This
to
is
lose my shit.
documentary evidence. This is documentary evidence from the tablets.
Yeah.
So
This
the
isn't just
tablets say that
speculation.
If
there's.
you read enough
Yeah.
tablets, you will find all of this.
But don't those
It's right
tablets
there.
also say that like a woman was chained up in hell and like cut into a million pieces?
Do you
And,
know
like,
that didn't
that
happen?
Were you there? Can you disprove it?
Touche. You're right. I will assume everything I read is correct from here forward because I
There
can't.
you
See?
go. But only in tablets. Other
Biblical
things,
scholar
that's
and
great.
Orientalist reconstructed in his books the events on Earth from the time the Anunnaki, those who from heaven came to Earth, had come here for gold, created Adam as a primitive worker, and after the deluge gave mankind increasingly sophisticated knowledge every 3,600 years, when
Nice.
their planet, Nibiru, comes closer to Earth. And
See,
Mhm.
This is
I
some
think all your questions
Scientology
are answered,
shit.
Shannon.
I'm convinced.
Yeah.
Why do they
This,
care about
we haven't
gold?
even got to the expert
Oh,
yet. This
we'll
is
get
just the summary.
to the gold.
There are aliens capable of international space travel, and they're
No.
like, "Ooh, shiny."
No, they need it
Are
for
you serious?
science. They need it for science.
Again,
Hmm?
this isn't. They're not capable of travel. They have to wait till their planet gets close.
And then they jump.
Yeah. Jump real hard.
God.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Everybody on
sorry.
3.
Very strong legs.
Okay. All right.
So it's
My
not
bad.
silly.
I'm sorry,
Don't-
everyone. I am being stupid. All right. I'm being
Yeah.
ridiculous. My bad.
here he is once again on the program, Zecharia Sitchin. Welcome back to the program, Zecharia.
Good evening, guys.
I think everybody should be familiar with
I will note that these were the computer made the captions. Art was not replaced with Garth.
Yeah.
Well, that's just that's the captions. Have you guys ever heard Sitchin's voice before this?
No,
this episode?
actually.
Ooh.
Is it all you hoped and dreamed?
Yes. No, he sounds too sane, I think.
I'm sure that'll change momentarily.
your theory of the 12th planet, but maybe you could take 1 second for those new listeners, and there are many, who have never heard it, and tell them what it is.
Okay, if there's still any left that I'm not familiar, but briefly, it is my 8-book started.
If there's still
with,
somebody out there who isn't familiar with my groundbreaking work and my
whole of
insightful
Assyriology
theories,
is
For anybody who didn't watch my
unfamiliar with
Nobel
this.
Prize acceptance speech.
Ooh.
I guess I'll explain it again.
the 12th planet 22 years ago, and it's still going strong. And he dealt with the issue of, are we alone? Are we alone in the universe? Are we alone in our solar system? And it answered the question by saying, based on archaeological evidence and texts that were considered sacred in antiquity.
So the
Yes, Megan?
archaeological evidence he brings into this is, I mean, it's all stuff that is like exists. Well, most of it is stuff that exists, but it's stuff that he has wildly misconstrued and essentially looked at and said, that looks like it might be this modern thing. So of course it is this modern thing, and I'm just going to write that down like it's accepted fact. He looks at like temple plans and tries to explain how they were built, I think, to house spaceships, or in fact that the temples were spaceships. He quotes at length in English from the tablets. And Josh and I we did a whole stream on this years ago, spent some time trying to work out actually what he's referring to, because between the two of us, we have a pretty decent understanding and knowledge of Mesopotamian mythology. And there's a lot of it. There's a group of cultures that were around for, 3,000-4,000 years writing stuff down. There's a lot of stuff to go through. Like some of the stuff you can kind of map the key plot points that he references onto tablets. Some of it I have no idea where he got it from or what he's reading to come to the conclusions, or even the story that he's telling. Like it's bizarre. So yes, there is archaeological evidence. I mean, he talks about archaeology, and there is like textual evidence in that he says this is what the tablets say, but he doesn't tell you what tablets he's reading. He doesn't even tell you the name of the myth that he's referencing, which is like massive, huge, bright red flags for really anyone interested in any kind of evidence-based argument. And he goes into a bit of detail on his translation, not necessarily process, but how he's translating. Yeah, so translation process. And it's bizarre. Let's go with bizarre. It's absolutely bizarre. And he shows, like, without a shadow of a doubt, that he genuinely just doesn't understand how Sumerian works as a language. He takes cuneiform signs and they have multiple meanings. Each sign has multiple meanings. And I would say deliberately, but I don't think he knew enough to have done this deliberately. He picks meanings that just don't either make sense or don't go with the structure of the sentence that he's looking at. Josh is getting his iPad up now, so we can just give you a quick.
Yeah, if you want, we can give you a quick.
I love that you guys came with receipts.
Yeah. So I actually tried to put it in the side chat and realized that I can't. What happened there? That
Megan,
I can't.
Is this better or worse than the Da Vinci? The Da Vinci Code is to Christianity as 12th planet is to ancient Sumerian. Is it roughly like, or is it even worse than that?
I would say that it is worse in that, like what Judge says at the beginning, it's inherently racist. And it's taking an ancient culture, like a whole, not even one ancient culture, multiple ancient cultures that did extraordinary, amazing things. They invented fucking writing. I mean, these are not stupid people, like Shannon said. Like, these are people who came up with fantastic technological innovations, like wheels. Clearly not stupid. Like wheels, writing, all of this really amazing stuff, fantastic musical instruments, beautiful buildings, beautiful sculptures, and a really solid, like almost scientific
a flying
collection.
saucer, heard the wheels, instruments. There you go.
True.
I mean,
that is true. But he's taken. I mean, it's personal for me, right? Because I'm an Assyriologist. I love Mesopotamia. I think it's the most amazing field of study in the world. But he's taking it and saying these people out in the Middle East couldn't possibly have done all this shit
It had to have been aliens.
It had to have been aliens, because that's really the only thing that makes sense, because they're doing all this amazing stuff so far before anyone in Europe is doing anything even vaguely similar.
Yeah, we listened to an earlier episode with Graham Hancock. You know, I don't know if you're familiar. You probably,
yeah.
I went on like a 20-minute rant. Like, exact, because that also, it infuriates me, right? It's the exact same thing. You're like, well, these people couldn't possibly have done this. It's like, what?
Why?
Why couldn't they have? Like, do you think there's just something? Yeah, we don't need to retread it, but it's incredibly frustrating that there's just an innate sense of, you know.
Before Josh brings receipts, we have other receipts. 91.46 for Team Shannon Q. This is all too much for Team Shannon Q. This is for the coffee table. No. I mean, yes, but yeah.
MS Walk.
Jolly Roger.
We get none of this work.
For MS Peeps and coffee tables everywhere. I guess that was also Team Shannon Q.
I love, my family's been reading these, by the way. And I actually got messages from some of my aunts that are like in their 80s that are on Facebook that have been following this. And they're like,
do you need
why are you so obsessed with coffee tables? And I'm like, I don't know how to start this conversation.
I don't even know if Josh and Megan are aware of the coffee table lore, but that's fine.
I did follow it.
$75 from the governor for my team. Thank you, the governor. Well done, Paul and Shannon Q. Last week I finished watching every Paulogia video.
Wow.
I rewarded myself with a Master of Paulology. Well done. You're at least as qualified as the person we're listening to tonight.
So you now also can authoritative.
I don't think Sitchin's watched the whole YouTube channel worth of videos. Melly, also to my team, $25. I'm just here to hear about Anil's hole.
Anil's
hole.
They probably have, Josh and Megan probably have no idea about Mel's hole, which is the best story.
No, that one I do know about.
Oh, very nice.
You do
There's
know
a
about
TikTok
Mel's
video that somehow I came across.
It's an actual it's fairly famous, Mel's hole.
Yeah, I did some research on it because I was like, that sounds weird.
I need to know what that's about. It makes cancer curing mutant seals. It's great.
6866. That's right. From Randall Schaefer. Happy birthday, Paul. I'm for Team Paulogia here. Sorry, Shannon, you sabotaged yourself by revealing this crucial information. If it's a consolation to you, Shannon, you did. My cat Kuro seems to be in love with you because he stares at the screen every time you appear. Cheers to Team Digital Hammurabi, Megan and Josh.
Hi, Kuro.
Thank you, Randall.
You're a good
Appreciate
kitty.
you.
Who's a good kitty?
Rosina keeps giving money.
Yeah.
Rosina, thank you. Doesn't every learned economist take courses in Mars political history?
Not anymore. Budget cuts in our modern universities, if you can even still use that word.
Why is Rosina funny?
Mars.
I will say I
almost never taught anymore. Sad. That and Latin.
I do have a degree in commerce, and I must have skipped that Mars political history.
Yeah, from a Canadian university.
That's true. But also, to be fair, I skipped almost all my classes in everything. So
I believe you.
Christopher Davis, all for Team Shannon Q. Please remind Josh that we will be reading Exodus 21 on Thursday night. Okay.
So just help reminded.
Thanks, Kim.
We decided
Oilers, by the way.
Today, actually. He was like, hey, so what should we do? What should we do on Thursday? Should we keep going? I said, no, we should leave Jeremiah for a little bit and go to Exodus 21 and do that.
Funny.
That'd be...
When you do your streams with Kip, can you remind him that the Oilers are awesome and that Vancouver just lost and they're not in the playoffs anymore, just in case he forgot?
I mean, the problem is that Shannon, I probably won't remember that because of MS. So...
No, the important thing is that Edmonton kept going and they're the only Canadian team left. That was my point. I know he's a Flames fan, but it's just really important that he knows that Edmonton is still in.
Sorry,
he'll remind you. Just let him know. He'll give you the lowdown.
And
how did that happen, Kip?
That's actually quite. Is it you're poking at someone who was donating to your team? I don't know.
Yeah, it's worth it. I don't even care. I'm not sorry. I won't apologize.
All right, last one to Pat Mac Mine 23. So happy to support this great cause. Thank you so much, everyone. We will get back to the regular show for a few minutes. Well, before we get back. We lost Megan, but I feel like we can plow on.
And some of them, like the Bible, are still sacred and divinely inspired to this day. And the answer was that
That's back in 1997 when the Bible was still sacred. That was before the
And
war
divinely-
on Christianity.
Because the Bible and Sumerian tablets are both divinely inspired and both absolutely true.
Oh.
So, and there's no contradictions there at all.
That's correct.
Megan and Josh are having a little bit of technical difficulties. They will be right back.
All right.
Oh,
Womp womp.
Well, let me just quickly check to see if we have any. We do. We have.
Oh yay!
Let me
Here's
get
the
back
best.
to-
we've got a thing.
I'm stoked.
So we have from another one from Eric. Oh,
Thanks,
Eric, put 150 on my team. Perfectly
Yay, good
balanced
job,
as all
Eric.
things should be.
No.
Thank you, Eric.
I refuse
Thank you,
to
Eric.
accept
Oh,
that. Uh-oh.
Too
Uh-oh.
soon? Too
I think
soon.
Josh might have said a bad word.
Uh-oh.
Josh would
All right.
never.
If only they
We'll put it
knew,
on Bella.
If only they knew that this is very on brand for Toast to Toast. right?
Correct. So, technical difficulty is largely on brand for
Yeah, 3 out of every 4 shows, something horrible
toast.
happens.
Toast.
Usually in the 5 minutes after we do our tech checks, like everything's working great. Oh, there we go. OBS crashed. Oh, there we go. Trivia game.
OBS is a bitch. There was a 6-month period on my YouTube channel where every time I started a live stream, it was a running joke that like I just wasn't going to have sound. Like I was just going to open the video and be like, and for 5 minutes before I saw the live chat, and they were like, no one can hear the fuck what you're saying. And then it would just be them watching me at the top of my head trying to figure out.
Mhm.
Entirely on brand. Tech issues are everything.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Should we
Yeah, you said there was more. I was
Oh, sorry.
Actually shutting
That
the
was
fuck
just
up for
we just
once.
had the one, but just a reminder to everyone: this
Yes.
is Shannon and I are doing the MS walk on Sunday, so we need you to jump on that donation stuff today or tomorrow. If you're watching this tomorrow, and you won't know what tomorrow is because it's relative. If you're watching this on Saturday, May 25th,
Mhm.
there's still time.
There is.
Just
Yes, I actually don't know what time it closes on Sunday. Actually, I have no idea.
but absolutely, you should click the links, donate to MS Walk. Wonderful cause.
We're gonna walk 5K.
They're walking 5K.
We are. Whether everybody likes it or not, I'm dragging them along with me.
Now, 5K,
Mm.
5K. That's 5,000 steps. What are we doing here?
Kilometers. It's 5
5
kilometers.
Do you take
Kilometers.
meter steps, Paul? I don't want
just-
to call you
I'm just
out,
wondering,
but I
you know.
know you, and I know your general physical attributes, and I feel like you don't take meter steps.
So we're gonna say that it's probably closer to
That's like a scooch over
5K.
3
So 5K. That's 5. So that's 500 miles, like the song, the Proclaimer song.
Yeah, just like this.
I hate
think
everything about
actually,
what
it's
you're
like
doing right
3.16 ish miles, something like that.
I understand nothing about miles because they don't make any sense to me. And I don't have to know them because I'm not American, and that's the only people that matters.
don't
to
have
me.
How many cubits? Yeah, I don't know.
How many forearms? I don't know.
Google knows.
What's the length from my wrist to my forearm? Is that a
5
cubit?
km in cubits is 10,804 cubits. So that's quite a ways.
That's a lot of cubits.
It's a lot of
That is
cubits.
a significant amount of cubits. It's
Yeah.
more than I anticipated, actually.
To clarify, we will be racing people with MS, right? Like
We're not. It's
What
not,
did we win?
It's not. No one wins anything, and it's not a race. Because we want everybody who has multiple sclerosis to be able to participate.
The winners
Gonna
get
say,
I
voted
have
in.
been
So
wildly
I'm really
uninformed
rooting
about
for the
what's
people
happening.
with
I
MS.
thought we were
Many
racing.
people will be in wheelchairs when you are there
Again?
on Sunday.
Yeah, I
And
feel like
so
they should get a
help
head
me
start.
Fucking Jesus! If you race the people in the wheelchairs,
You better win.
I
say
will
that.
tackle you myself personally. Don't do it. No racing. There's no racing on Sunday. None. I don't feel like this is resonating
So wait,
with
so
you. You can't race the people with MS on Sunday. This isn't a race.
all the
I need
fun.
you to
I
get
thought
this
this
through
was
your
some kind of relay thing. I thought there was Team Shannon Q, and we were going to be on a relay, and each of us would run part of the
You can
500
run
miles.
the whole time if you want. You go right ahead. You run the
And
whole
then
time.
there was going to be a
But
prize.
if you celebrate at the end because you beat a
Mhm.
bunch of people with MS,
Oh my
you're gonna have
goodness.
This is
meeting
This is a ripoff. I don't know.
Well, I'm sorry.
I'm less excited.
I'm sorry. I sold it to you the wrong way. That's my bad.
Mm.
It's on me. It's Charlie.
Josh doesn't have an excited face on, so I'm going to.
I think it's not going well for
Oh
poor Josh.
no. Oh, Josh says he's good.
Oh,
We just
well,
took
he
him out.
said he was,
I believe,
but Josh's face doesn't say he's okay.
yeah.
Are you okay, Josh? Oh, he's gone again. Poor Josh.
Poor Josh.
You know what, Dave? I think what we should do
Yep.
is we should queue up the other one.
Sure.
So Sitchin's was on twice.
Well, he was on actually a number of times, but
Well, I was on a number of times. We picked the one where he was talking the most Sumerian,
yeah.
but he was also on.
Oh, Paul.
Or not. Oh,
That's it. Let's try it.
I don't know if we can hear you.
There we go.
Yeah.
He was just muted.
Hey!
Yay! Yay!
yay!
Okay, I'm very sorry.
Oh, you have nothing to apologize for.
It's okay.
No, so the kids, the babies, walk off with bits and pieces of our equipment. So, like, we only have one of these,
There we go.
and then we only have one of these. And
Now we have
so-
a traditional Mennonite stream, as Paul and I both grew up in. Men and women, nice separate rooms. That's the only
Yeah,
safe
that's
way.
right. Everyone's
Lest we succumb to temptation. And
exactly.
Yeah.
All right. Well, the good news is everyone seems to be back. Although, do we have Megan audio?
I'm not sure.
oh,
Maybe not yet.
well, if you want to,
it's a work
I
in
can
progress.
give that example.
Oh
of-
yeah, let's
I
do
don't-
that.
I don't know
Yes.
if you guys moved on.
No,
Nope, we didn't.
No, we were just shit
We,
talking.
we
about
took
Paul
we
racing
had
people in
donations from the
wheelchairs.
group, so
yeah, we've been talking about Star Trek.
So if you share my screen,
oh, is that what the
yeah, okay. So so Sumerian is written with cuneiform signs, and without going into a bunch of detail, one of the things that they did is they learned to use, so for example, the word for sky or heaven is on, right? And so if they drew this sign that looks like a star, that was on, and it meant like sky, or it could also mean God. But that was the word on. But what they realized is that because so many of the words that they had were just single syllables, they could also function as parts of longer words. So if you needed to say the word Gandu, which means let me build, they could use the on sign as that phoneme to make that sound, the on sign in the word, or the on sound in the word Gandu.
I love the use of the word phoneme to make a morpheme. I love it.
So the way that the word Gandu would be written, let's say, would be Ga on do 2 3. So Ga would be a sign, on would be a sign, and do 3 would be a sign. But they'd write them like this, and you were supposed to just pronounce Gandu, let me build, right? What people that don't know Sumerian, that learn just a little bit about Sumerian, will do is they'll realize that each of these by themselves is a word. Like we saw that this was like sky or heaven, right? Well, Ga by itself means milk, and do 3 means to build, right? So what they'll do, instead of seeing this as a single word written out phonetically, like this, they will say, this word Ga'andu means milk, sky, build. It's talking about building the Milky Way.
Oh, I was hoping it was about flying cows.
I mean, it could be that, right? It's all a journey. It's whatever you want it to be, right?
Whatever you need to fit your narrative.
So I put a link in our Facebook chat thing. That's all I was going to show.
That's
just
awesome.
so that people have an idea. But I put a link where we did a video, showing the specific, mistakes that he makes in his analysis of Sumerian words, which anybody that learns Sumerian, they just wouldn't do that. Yeah. So we actually have a PowerPoint where we just go through the 12th planet, this book that they referenced. And if Megan's back, she could probably talk in much more detail about it. But
Megan's back. I'm going to put this link in the general chat for everybody so that they can.
Everybody should just subscribe to their channel, just period. Full stop.
Your example also brings out something I love in any of these ancient alien, nonsense, where it's like they'll do like for something like that, where it's like, well, like this and milk's reference, it's reference to the Milky Way, and it's like the ancient Sumerians did not call this the Milky Way. Nobody called this the Milky Way 5,000 years ago. Nobody.
Right.
That is a very
everyone ever has spoken English.
Yeah.
Because that's the only language. So therefore, of course, it's a direct link.
Even in ancient,
the etymology of all languages is English. All words English.
But
current English.
The thing where it's like, well, this is this is clearly a reference to like, well, they're talking about like aluminum here. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Nobody was talking about aluminum back. That's not a word that existed at that time, but you're pulling it out, and because it fits the narrative, you've come in with, I have this already. I have my thesis, or my conclusion already, and now I'm just picking the points of data that will support.
Another thing that he does, and there were a couple of comments in the chat asking why Josh wrote a 3 next to the do, which ties into one of the other mistakes that Sitchin makes quite regularly. Sumerian cuneiform has multiple signs that have the same phonetic value. So Assyriologists will put little numbers next to them to show which sign they're translating. And those signs have individual distinct meanings as well as the phonetic value. So do 3 means to build, but that's different to like do 11 to speak.
Is this like a there scenario?
Yeah, exactly. Okay. But what Sitchin does is it's a do. They're all do, so they can all have exactly the same meanings. So some of the translations that he gives, some of the explanations that he gives, I think he has a passage, I think, talking about rocket ships, and he uses the way he translates it. He uses the wrong word, the wrong translation, the wrong meaning for the wrong sign, because it's phonetically the same, but the signs are different.
I was very proud of Dave when Josh said doo-doo, and Dave didn't even flinch.
I'm being good.
Growing as a person.
He's on. This is how I know he's on adult behavior. This is excellent.
But why? Because he doesn't know Josh and Megan well enough. That's why.
So we have a $10 donation from someone named Paulogia.
Are you patting your own? Oh, you donated to mine.
No, it's the Team Shannon Q. It says, I'm secretly voting for Team Coffee Table. thank goodness these donations are anonymous.
Oh my god!
This
Amazing.
this is suspicious. This,
I mean, the evidence is incontrovertible.
Screenshot it right now. Tag me on Twitter so I can have that. How do I get that?
it's on your MS Walk page.
It's all starting to make sense. Someone has protested too much.
Oh my god! I'm
deep
putting
down.
that in a legal document and getting a lawyer immediately.
Kuro has donated $20. I'm appalled that my human has supported my rival Paulogia. So Shannon, I'm giving quite a bit of my salmon treats to contribute to your case. So I assume that's the cat that we spoke of earlier.
You.
Very good.
You're a good kitty.
So-
Thank you.
We are, as you may have noticed with the graphic down at the bottom tonight, Toast to Toast is a little different than normal. We're doing a drive. Well, first of all, you're learning things, which I'm not sure anyone has learned something non-Star Wars related from our show in quite a while.
Yeah.
I learned that a laser can kill a dog, but not a person, and that an alien that has laser capabilities can be taken down by a stick on the ground.
These are important life lessons.
But that his spaceship makes people sick even if they're near it. But somehow he had the strength to take down a laser wielding alien that evaporated.
That one episode.
I wouldn't have known that if it wasn't for this show.
Wow, we got
Oliver's making the rounds.
Guests popping in everywhere. Yeah, that's great.
Oliver's everywhere. Hi, Oliver.
And we have a sleeping dog.
Time and space.
We got a
sleeping dog. Yep.
But yes, MS Walk. So as we go forward, learning more from Sitchins about how our universe was really created. That's what we're here for. That we donate to the MS Walk that Shannon and I are doing on Sunday.
Yes, there is one more planet, not out there light years away from us, but in our own solar system, from which intelligent beings started to come and go between their planet and our planet about 450,000 years ago. As you mentioned, their purpose for coming here was selfish.
Pause
They
it.
needed
Time out.
Shannon's like, no, we cannot let this ride. What?
So the Sumerian tablets weren't from 450,000 years ago. So
No, that's when they started coming.
no, but they said they came to the planet 450,000 years ago.
Right, but all
That's
of
when
this
they
is
started
recorded.
visiting us.
Yeah.
So they had the technology to transfer from one planet to another, but not the technology to write shit down on
So the
anything other
Sumerians
than
weren't the
clay
people
and
doing the teleportation, jumping, whatever it was. The aliens are the Sumerian deities, and they created humanity once they came to Earth.
created. Okay, so I had another
We're gonna
question,
get there,
which is where
but
the
yeah.
fuck is this planet? But that's been
Good-
superseded.
Good question.
There's a really excellent documentary called Prometheus by Ridley
I'm
Scott
really gonna need you to
that
shut
you
the fuck
might
up.
that demonstrates all of this in real time. It's fantastic. Yeah.
But why weren't they teaching people to write stuff down 450,000 years ago? Why did
Because they were busy
wait
mining gold.
445,000
This is early,
years?
Shannon. This was early Bitcoin, essentially.
So we think that Bitcoin will see fruition 450.
No. We're
45,000
just
years
like
from now.
no. These aliens were seeding different planets, and they only were giving us enough knowledge to do what we needed to do, which was literally mine gold.
So they could control us. But then he talks about it, but like later on, with like more, not quite on equal footing, but we're trusted more. They give us information and knowledge and the ability to write shit down.
Mm-hmm.
We were on a 400,000-year probation period.
Yeah.
As slaves. So did
Yes.
they just create us as whole
slaves.
humans?
Then
Yeah,
they
this
taught
is
the slaves how to
evolved.
make clay tablets, and that's when everything went to shit.
And as we all know, slavery's fine. So
Why did they
I
need
mean,
gold?
if you watched Eric Hoven's recent video, then you know that that's true, right?
yeah.
Uh,
So
You know,
there's no quandary here.
I may, this is terrible of me, I'm owning it, but I may have texted Kip and said that I get a certain amount of pleasure
Oh.
that 4 people were watching Eric Hoven's live stream.
What?
I guess I just
Really?
a little.
He had 4 people watching his live stream.
It got
So
as
this
high
is-
as 7 at one point.
I have one of my friend's daughters, who is a teenager in high school, plays video games on Twitch. Routinely has roughly around 100 people just watching her play Undertale or whatever.
Now, maybe, listen, first of all, it's not very nice, man. I take it back. But maybe, to be fair, maybe he's got
I'm
like
sorry I
another
stated the
platform.
facts and that I enjoyed them.
Maybe there's another platform that he's streaming to that's where all the viewers are, and this is just sort of like an add-on. Maybe that's what's happening.
So
That's very generous of you.
I hate to defend Eric, but actually that is actually true. He has a private Creation Today platform that you have to pay to be on, and that is where all the chat and you get to have the full episode. So he just puts the first half hour of the show on YouTube. But
That's not funny.
still
though.
4.
I
This
Four
was-
is still,
But this was
but
a live
4 is
stream.
still. I know.
So you're telling me he
does have
talked
this
to
place
vocab
where
alone for longer?
He did, yeah. So
Oh,
if you need,
well, that's-
so I am the weird person who I pay for Answers in Genesis streaming service. I pay for the Creation Today streaming service. And so I can
You're
get the
also the
full
weird
episode
person
if
who
you,
walks up
if
and down
you
our
need it.
hallway on the phone with Eric Hovind.
well, we definitely, I mean, I have Kent Hovind living in the house, but I mean, that's not really helping
No,
me
you
get access
mean
to that
Megan has
episode.
Kent Hovind living
Yes, sorry.
in the house.
Sorry.
And I'm really sorry about that, Megan. All right,
It's
I'm going to
just
get
a
more
line shots
wine
everywhere. It's chaos.
because I'm derailing everything because it doesn't make any sense to me. And I feel like that's actually a problem because it's not supposed to make sense. So I'll be right back. I'm going to go get more wine.
Oh, okay. Very good. Well, while she's gone, I'm still going to read the last one that came in because it's for mine. 680. Andrew Jocelyn for Sparklers and Confetti as Paul wins the MS walk. That's right. I'm going to beat these people with the MS. That's right. The sad part is there are probably plenty of people with MS who could definitely do a 5K faster than me. But, and actually we have another one, Philip McGrath. I'm guessing that this is the people are donating 666, and that's what it's coming out to. Philip McGrath, just the Team Shannon Q. Thank you so much.
Just a few cents more, and you'd be donating 69, which is the most fun number to just
That's true.
I just feel like it's a missed opportunity every time, people.
All right. Well, Shannon is going to miss out on some of the explanation now of what's happening, why they need the gold.
That's wonderful. You said that.
Zecharia, let me ask you this. Why did they need gold? I've always wondered about that.
This is the evidence, the answer that comes to us from primarily.
Oh
the
my
Sumerian
God.
writings.
I'm sorry, but this is going to take a minute, but I feel like this may change my mind completely on Sitchin. This is on the level of prophecy. So when I was, come on, take me serious. When I was at Hopkins and studying Sumerian, this is key. I was studying Sumerian. One of the things that happened is we had to memorize these 10 Sumerian stories that were grouped together in antiquity, and they call them the Decad. And I won't list them out, but in order to memorize them, I made a why am I blanking on that term?
An anagram of sorts, or one of the
I always mix up anagram acronym. But anyway,
acronym is probably the right one.
Yeah, so
I'm wrong.
It's she loves songs. In every kite, I need gold.
I mean, that explains everything, really, doesn't it?
I need gold.
Oh man,
Why
I
would
need
come up
gold.
with that.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I need gold.
Oh, and
So what you're saying
everyone,
is you are actually an Anunnaki. In this
and literally everyone in the chat is like mnemonic. You morons. Yeah, that's what we are. We're a bunch of morons.
So it was Shulgi Lipid Ishtare, the song of the hoe. Like that's so she loves songs in every kite. Even I need gold. But I you know what? I'm rethinking all this.
Yep.
Now.
So I want you to be open-minded now about Planet 12.
Yeah.
That can't be a coincidence. You know, it's
I
like
guess
when I
it's Planet 11 now. Oh no, it's Planet 12 because of the. Never mind, I forgot. It's the Sumerian cosmology is different than ours.
It's like when I discovered that God is real.
Mm-hmm.
God is real.
Ooh. Wow.
I'm convinced.
Let us pray.
Let us pray. All right.
Currently, we're losing atmosphere on their planet, which depended on its internal heat and on its own atmosphere. And if they would have lost it, they couldn't survive. And they tried to create a shield of gold particles to protect their atmosphere and their planet and to be able to survive.
Oh, Megan's.
No, I don't appreciate the laughter, right? That's the thing that's what I'm coming up with.
I was just thinking of something really funny on The Simpsons I saw.
So, all right. Do you recall which passage this is where the ancient Sumerian texts talk about the shield of gold?
No, strangely.
Oh, there we go.
Don't remember that one.
Did you rage quit there, Dave?
I did. Josh can. They'll laugh when I want to.
Yeah. All right. Well, but according to who am I supposed to believe? The person who was on the radio in 1997, or you people who have agreed to be on this weird show on YouTube?
There's a number of things I delighted about this.
Mm-hmm.
I cannot read Sumerian, nor do I claim to, nor have I ever actually seen a Sumerian tablet. I suspect they do not directly reference planets losing their atmosphere or
not
having to be
typically.
heated by internal sources.
Yeah, not typically.
Internal,
Not typically.
tectonic activity. And it's been quite a while since I took any kind of biology, medical classes in university, but I feel like a lot of gold particles in the atmosphere is actually a very good way to get heavy metal poisoning, which is bad. This is just a fun fact for anybody.
This is basically, I take this to be, no, Dave, I think it was more like, it's a gold firmament, right? Like we all know that in ancient times, the Bible had a firmament.
Right. So, if he had said there's like a shield of gold around, I mean, that would still be ridiculous, but he's like, no, they're just, gold particles. It's like, okay.
like let's come on. Like the gold is ridiculous, right? But I mean, let's be fair. I mean, Kent tells us that it was made of ice, which is much more realistic. Okay?
Well, but that's on Earth. This is on Nibiru, which
a good point. It's a good point.
I mean, I'm pretty sure the Sumerians preferred lapis lazuli for that particular.
Yeah. That's what's funny about it is like in stories, like Etana, they tell us what the sky is made of. It's made of different stones that they name. So.
No gold.
No gold. Damn.
Well, a poor planet.
And all these instances are described in the text. What I'm saying that if others
all those they're all described in the text. You doubters.
They're all
apparently in detail.
Laid out.
Biologist. I can read ancient tablets, but I'm not a biologist. I'm not a geneticist. But I see enough there that if people who are in the field,
and yet I still will opine confidently about the subjects.
No, because the text is clear. You don't need.
I don't need to understand to talk about biology and genetics. Why not? I'm a journalist and I'm talking about ancient Sumerian. So what the fuck? Here we go. in for a penny, in for a pound. I guess.
providing us almost daily with these headlines that here they find a way how to
Yes.
reach the stem cells, and here they find a way how to fight cancer, etc.
Yes.
If they would see detail by detail how we were made, how we were created step by step genetically, there would be a shortcut and time would be saved, and they would be able to cure us and help avoid the maladies, especially the genetic ones, much quicker.
Well,
It's
That's
fantastic.
my
that
understanding.
All of this is contained in Sumerian cuneiform tablets.
Yeah, honestly, I'm just going to go ahead and say it right here. I think it's selfish of you, experts in ancient Sumerian, that you haven't shared the cure for
Well,
cancer.
look, it's a little known fact that Assyriology is mostly funded by Big Pharma. Yeah, I know. It's shocking. I'm going to be assassinated now for revealing that particular secret.
Yeah, well, that's
But yeah, it's in our interest to not share this life-saving genetic information.
the detailed genetic blueprint that is encoded within
Yeah.
these clay
This
tablets.
Very-
whole
Very well encoded.
Very
You might the untrained eye might not even realize it's there. So yeah.
yeah.
this is all a sham. You guys supporting the MS walk. You guys secretly probably have the cure to that as well, just sitting around in the tablets.
In the tablets.
I assume that there must be tablets now with the sequenced genome of the human. That was obviously
It's a really
that
big
level
tablet.
of
but
detail.
yes.
It's a big tablet. That's right. Mr. B for 3433. Here's to the partners of those who support those with MS. You deserve a medal for the support you give for those inflicted with the disease.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
So this
would
one is
be-
actually the human genome.
oh, very good.
We just keep it on the shelf next to my plants. You can't have it. It's mine.
You
Oh, I
can't
see.
have it. Yeah.
I would have mistaken that for a Jenga tower anyway. So
Well,
That's offensive. Okay.
Yeah. that's because you don't have, ancient aliens there explaining.
that's on me. I'm just not smart enough. I don't think that's
You
insulting
ignorant
anyone.
monkey.
That's right.
are then actually the descendants. We are the slaves of extraterrestrial visitors. Slaves. We were created to dig for gold, to mine for gold for the Anunnaki. Now, we are...
At the beginning,
Beginning.
So you just don't understand slavery. I'm sorry, Josh. You get this everywhere you go.
they
It's
just
just you.
One of these days.
Look, sure, our whole existence was digging for gold, but
Mhm.
you should have seen what the other civilizations were doing. We were-
Farming fucking rice. You
Yeah.
can't make jewelry out of rice. What are you even doing?
Yeah. All right. I'm sorry, Josh.
needed us for manpower, creating us as hybrids, and then through a second genetic manipulation, which is the story of Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden, gave us the ability to procreate. But after the
Wait.
Yep.
Wait. Okay. That's not just sentience. They literally couldn't procreate for the first.
No.
So
I feel like we're missing a
It,
chapter.
solves,
at this
it
point.
solves the problem of, the whole Noah and the floods and all that kind of shit. You just make sure people can't procreate. They're not going to get too
could
many
they
of
at
them.
least fornicate?
The tablets are not clear on that.
Oh man. So
That surprises me.
I was
because it
imagining
feel
at
like
least when
everything
you
else.
I thought at least you spent the day digging your gold. You could go home and have some beer.
Yeah.
And and fornicate a little, but apparently not.
Apparently not.
I just
Really
think
after
we hit
the
our
day.
$10,000 goal.
What's that? Who?
We hit 10,000.
Did we really? Uh-oh. You
I had
changed
no doubt.
We did. I upped it to
You updated
12,
the goal. Yay.
We
Thank you
did.
so much, everyone. We appreciate you so much.
But everything is
Let's
just gravy
so now I guess now Dave and I are for the long haul. Now we gotta get to 12K.
We're gonna get to 12K, Paul. We're gonna do it tonight.
Awesome.
Thank you.
I don't know what sleep you thought you were getting. But after 12K, here we come.
That's
Importantly, More importantly, how are we doing on the team Paulogia?
Okay, sorry, yeah, my bad.
31-20.
It's grim.
Oh, Shannon's still ahead, everybody. So
Yeah, and I'm gonna put my link in the chat again because it's not over, and I'm gonna fall asleep while you guys are probably still streaming.
Somebody, where's Vishanti? We need you to put the Paul link in there.
Yeah, no, Vishanti, you're Team Shannon. Team Shannon. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I was very much enjoying the conversation while I was.
we were just
getting my
learning
drink.
about how the first 400,000 years of humanity we couldn't even procreate. We couldn't procreate. We couldn't.
I mean,
So
we
I
don't
don't know what
for that.
did we. Is that why we lived so long? Because we couldn't replenish ourselves?
Wait, does
No,
he?
that was just all the gold in the air.
How does so he is using Adam and Eve, which is in the Bible, but he's harmonizing it with Sumerian tablets, with
They're both divinely
predate the
inspired.
Bible.
Yeah.
It's very ecumenical.
Yeah.
And actually, at the end of this clip, he'll get into he'll be asked by a listener whether he thinks Jesus was actually the Son of God, and his response is essentially, "I get asked that a lot. I should really write a book about it."
I think it's adorable that you think we're gonna get to the end of this clip, Megan.
We will not. Which is what I kind of.
That's not what we do here. Not on this show.
Maybe
To the
4.5
end of shit.
minutes in currently, I think.
Yeah.
Treated us as partners, not as workers for them, not as slaves, and started to give us knowledge. We call it civilization. And again, the text, which I now go into deeper in this new book, The Cosmic Code, describe the methods by which that knowledge was transmitted and given to us. And because I wondered, for example, many are familiar with the biblical tale of Moses going up to Mount Sinai and God dictating to him for 40 days and 40 nights information or instructions, which is spread over pages and pages and pages in the Bible. And all that was, according to the same Bible, written on just 2 stone tablets. So in what language was the dictation made?
Valid point.
Gosh,
I mean, that's
You've
a
written 2
smoking
books.
gun right there.
You've written 2 books on the Old Testament. Are we any further along in learning what language that was written in?
No, I mean, it's still a mystery to me. I had an apologist tell me a couple weeks ago that it was English. So, it's still all up in the air.
But you got to remember, back then they were still using King James.
That's the
Middle
key.
English. It was mostly
Right.
Middle English. I mean, middle feeding into modern.
You made a valid point, though. There's 2 stone tablets, and that's pages and pages and pages written in Hebrew, and then English and whatever other.
Well, I'm confused.
So
as
how
to,
concise and succinct was that language?
I mean, I don't know if you know this, Shannon. I've seen some big rocks in my life. Ayers Rock in Australia,
Building
like
size now.
500 feet across, and it's a single. Come on.
Downhill. That's why it took
So-
40 days.
they didn't write all the the Pentateuch wasn't
No.
written on those stone tablets. All we needed to know was rules about boiling goats.
Yep.
And whether or not you should obey your parents. And I don't like that. That's about all there is.
Spoiler: you should.
No matter what.
Yeah.
Even if they suck. 100% of the time. You're right.
Unless they're gay.
Josh,
which
did
is
you
okay to
did
kill.
you have anything to add while we amateurs were?
Oh, no, I think you guys hit it
All right,
quite
we
well.
got we
Right.
hit
It's
the high
all a
point.
mystery.
Perfect.
That's the bottom line, and Sitchin's probably
That's
right.
the bottom line. Who can know what the Old Testament language was? How could we learn this?
Yeah.
But I would like to point out that this man knows Hebrew apparently very, very well, but has somehow understood that the whole of the Pentateuch was supposed to be written on those 2 tablets. Am I
Including-
understanding this right?
Including the parts where Moses dies, which
Well,
was really
absolutely. I mean,
upsetting.
that's obvious.
Was very upsetting to him, where he's like, "Oh no, spoilers!
To be
I don't
fair,
make
in
it."
his defense, all he said was pages and pages. So that's a wonderfully, and maybe it's just, is it the whole Pentateuch? Is it some parts of it? Like, here's just the
Just
core parts of the
Exodus?
law. Here's whatever.
I'm just impressed he was trilingual because he was Egyptian. So he spoke whatever language the pharaohs spoke because he was raised in that family. And he was fluent in Hebrew. And he spoke this lost language that he chose to write on the tablets, and then wrote the Bible, the books of the Bible that he wrote in Hebrew.
English.
So
And
in
English.
English, and obviously in
in
English. I'm
English.
sorry, my bad. That is my ignorance. And in English,
And regular
probably.
English and King James English, like both. We have both.
Well, I mean,
But I think that's what the
everybody knows
Dead Sea Scrolls are actually. Kip can correct me on that, but I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure.
Not that
I
heretical
thought it went without saying. I'm really
NIV.
sorry. That's my bad.
That's right. Yeah. That's right.
Common knowledge, I thought.
This is because they played classical music in the basket when they were sending him down the river.
That's it.
And if you just play the classical music, then the kids, they learn.
How could so much information be contained just on 2 tablets which Moses could carry? There are Sumerian texts tells how much vaster information was carried on whatever computer chips. I say this because we are no better technologically. That
There you go.
You heard it here.
There you go. All right.
Sumerians talk about computer chips.
When they say tablets, they're talking about iPads. That's
Essentially,
all right.
no. Or thumb drives of some sort.
Yeah.
Essentially, here you go.
Yeah. I mean, you all know what a tablet is. You can buy one in, any Best Buy or Walmart today. It's
What did they put the
carried
computer
2
chips
tablets
in?
down.
To read
No,
them?
the stones themselves. I think if I understand his mythology correctly, the stones themselves were computer chips.
So, but that would make them not stones.
Well,
Oh,
but
right.
the people were very stupid, Shannon. You have to remember.
So you're right. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
So they've seen rocks and stones their entire life, and then
So-
this man showed up with a screen and was like, "These are your rules," and they were like,
No, it looked like a
"Ooh,
stone. That's
that
why
glowing thing
The
that
thing
you're
you have to-
showing me, that's a rock.
The thing you have to remember,
It's a
Shannon,
weird
this isn't,
rock. It's a weird glowing
this
rock.
isn't currently politically popular to bring up, but none of these people seeing these tablets were white and probably didn't understand. They thought these were fancy glowing rocks, and it's not their fault. It's science. And, that's what it was.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah.
Fuck this guy.
These people lived for 400,000 years and couldn't have sex. That's what I've learned so far. So they were very confused.
Always taking away crucial information from this
They were
conversation.
really
they were just gold mining slaves. And
Just
then
go, who
one
lived for centuries and millennia
Yeah.
without having children.
Mm-hmm.
I think this
Until-
is great for abstinence training, right? Like, you think you had it bad.
That's right.
Waiting for marriage? Look, I waited
Are you mining
400,000
gold
years.
for aliens? You
Yeah, you can't wait till you're freaking 18. Wait,
snowflake.
try going
Oh my God.
400,000 years. Kids.
could be
I'm
hundreds
not
of
ready.
them carried in one hand. So in what language, in what code? Because all that, as is clear from both the Bible and from Mesopotamian text, was transmitted through encoding in a kind of a shorthand. And I'm trying to
Clear
give
is
the
doing a lot of
answers
heavy
in the new
lifting
book.
here.
And that information is also
Sorry. I was
The word
asleep
clear
there.
is doing a lot of heavy
Yes.
lifting here.
That is,
Yes.
Where is it clear? Because I don't remember any of that from my Mesopotamian literature classes.
yada, yada, yada. It's there.
Yeah, right.
Jesse effing Divine gave 137 to Team Shannon Q for some reason for the best kind of cause. Slightly offset by John Ososkai, which I think means the Milky Way. If I remember what Josh's lesson earlier.
Yeah.
Enjoying the show. Love Toast the Toast.
We love you too,
Cheers.
Bud.
We need to get Josh and Megan the
We do.
Toast
You
the
need,
Toast
you need
tumbler.
fancy.
They're not part of the Tumblr clubs.
Yeah.
I will personally buy both of them a Toast to Toast tumbler to thank them
Well, there you
for
go.
coming to do this.
Promises
And
that
Matt
were
and Arden
made.
for the same reason.
at the basis for all the prophecies.
To be fair, we didn't subject Matt and Arden to this level.
We made Matt and Arden watch Answers in Genesis review Endgame for the record.
We did.
So, like, there's levels.
It's a toss up.
There's levels of bullshit.
It's a toss up.
And listening to Answers in Genesis talk about literally fucking anything at all is just objectively awful. Like, period. Let alone talking about like a product that we're invested in and love. I mean,
right.
The level right now is probably worse because this is like Josh and Megan's like life's work and an educational investment. And this guy is just like, you know what? Everything you learned, fuck it, aliens.
Yeah.
Give me my money. Here's the book I wrote. I
But
didn't
also
even study it. I'm the best. So there's.
Correct me if I'm wrong,
This
Josh
might
and
be
Megan,
worse.
but
You're right.
this book still sells well.
It's a
right?
whole
Like
series, and it is it's bestseller.
yeah.
Like,
Oh yeah, no, Sitchin's
It's
is still
insane.
very much. Him and Hancock are like the A team of the ancient alien nonsense brigade. Yep. Mm-hmm.
All right. Let's see if we can get a little bit more before Josh and Megan have to go.
And other events that happened in the last millennium BC. So it is a vast yarn. I'm trying to tell it in the new book as concisely as possible with illustrations, etc. And hopefully it will serve its purpose, and that is to stimulate interest by people whose business or profession it is to look at those ancient texts now with a more microscopic and believe.
Do you get that a lot with your students? Do you get a lot of, I was inspired by Sitchin's, and this is what
actually, no. In fact, no one in Assyriology knows who this man is. We didn't know about him until we started on YouTube, and someone, someone asked us, I think, about a very specific cylinder seal that he says like shows Nibiru. It doesn't. It shows a constellation. But we were like, who the fuck is Sitchin? That like, it's not a name we know.
Mm-hmm.
If he's an Assyriologist, he's a very quiet one. He's not an Assyriologist. No one in Assyriology knows who the fuck he is. He has influenced no one in the field, like scholarly field. And if this was truly his aim to get people to look at texts more closely, he really doesn't understand how textual analysis works, because those things are under a microscope, multiple microscopes, like multiple people read these tablets, think about what they're saying, analyze which words are being used, how those words are used in different contexts, what this particular meaning is. Are we sure it's this particular meaning? Like, people write whole papers arguing about the minutia of translations. Like, it's not something that you just kind of read quickly and say, oh yes, this is clearly mythology. It's just, that's not how it works. So he failed. But the good thing is he didn't really need to do it to make sure that texts were being looked at properly, because they are anyway.
Well, to be fair, Sitchin's is dead, so his influence in the last decade has waned.
Yes, wait. Yeah. He's really slacked off on the.
So
public.
I think this might just be your recency bias, Megan. That is.
All that means
I mean,
is that you can't advocate
I'm a
for
very
yourself.
elitist person.
Mhm.
Publish your
I
parish.
keep saying that. That's true. I'm known to say that about Megan.
All right, so we have Claire. Poor Claire writes, one of three. Oh my! Coffee tables have no effect on the amount of clutter that exists. That's a lie. They simply give you. Oh, actually, no. Okay, I'll let you finish.
Yeah.
They simply
Wow.
give you a place to put that clutter. Where are you putting your clutter now in the absence of a coffee table? When you get one, just keep putting clutter in the same places you were before, and the table won't collect stuff. Problem solved. That is I don't dispute the theory. I just don't think you can find practical examples where that would actually work, because not everyone is as committed to a clutter-free existence as I am.
You mean are sane?
That's what I mean. Yeah, that's roughly translated what it means. And Jessica Ramsaran donated to my team. Yay, 137 for a friend. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Jessica.
All right. So back to Sitchin's and
Before
his
we go back
influence.
to Sitchin's, can I just say one thing? I posted it
You
in our
may.
little chat. So there's a website where you can go, and I posted it in our chat, where you can actually scroll down and see who the top fundraisers are and the top teams are. My team is the top in the province. So woo! We're the top in Nova Scotia right now.
I mean,
So
it's Nova Scotia though.
yeah, no, shut the fuck up for a second. And
For those
I
of us
am
south of the border, that's the
third.
team number 1 in Rhode Island. I mean, I
This is
guess
the most
technically
important part.
true, but
This is the most important part because they post the top 10 fundraisers in the province as individuals.
Mhm.
I am third right now
Mm.
in the province, and Paul is fourth. So I just want to say that.
That's
In the
pretty
province.
awesome.
Thank you so much, everyone. We
So
appreciate.
thank you for making me
but-
third and making sure that Paul's fourth. That's the most important thing. That was the only thing I really cared about, is that I am third and Paul is fourth.
For now, you
Wanted
are
that
going
on
to go to
record
sleep.
For a
You're going to
moment.
go to sleep at some point, and then we'll keep plugging my link.
Maybe there's a mod that likes
Number
my
one,
link. and
what
help me.
I did was I provide a bibliography of the Bible. I give all the ancient sources on which the Bible is based. So to understand the Bible, read Sitchin, he said. Secondly, he said, in order to grasp the immensity of a cosmic God with a capital G, you have to accept the evidence of God's presence on earth with a small g, which were the Anunnaki, those who from heaven to earth came. And if, as I point in this new book, if you understand that they too had God with a capital G, the one that we really should accept and venerate, the cosmic God, then he says everything falls into place, and any doubts people have about the veracity of the biblical story falls away, and the whole thing becomes much clearer. There were messengers, there were emissaries of the creator of the universe who came here. You asked me, why did the Anunnaki come here? They thought that they're coming for their own selfish purposes. But indeed, they were only carrying out some cosmic plan by the God of the whole universe. And I've no doubt, and the book also deals in that.
Yeah. So it's too
I
bad,
mean,
Josh.
this is just ironclad logic right here. There are no steps missing. There is no
So-
gap in reason. It's a clear.
Oh, but he's advocating. Hey, don't get too offended, people who have other religious beliefs.
Mhm.
These are small g gods,
Yeah.
right? So we don't have to be too don't get too offended. We got small g gods, and they're just being guided, even if they don't know it,
Yeah,
by
but
the
yeah.
big G God,
Exactly.
so that the Christians won't be upset, or the other people. I don't know.
And Paul,
Yes.
the big G God has to exist, because otherwise, why would all the small G gods and the Anunnaki and the gold mining and the genetic experimentation, none of that would have happened the way it had there not been an intelligent design, a divine watchmaker, as it were, mining gold via the Anunnaki and
Right.
Use
And
your
this is-
atmosphere
no
with
other.
gold to protect.
And this
them
is
from-
why
what the fuck
Yahweh-
does gold protect them from?
Oh, you missed it. They build a shield out of gold that covered their atmosphere.
because their
But
atmosphere
then
was
the
keep
sun, but sunlight can't permeate gold. Like, how would the sunlight?
But the atmosphere is
particle.
leaving. Maybe they don't rely too much on sunlight.
it wasn't a solid.
What do you
gold shield.
mean? They don't-
Oh no, right.
What
It was a
do
particle.
you mean?
No, he explained it was not a solid gold.
That's right. It
shield,
was
gold particles.
gold particles in the air.
Gold
That's right. We
dust
just
in
put a
the
lot
air.
of
What
gold
does that
particles in the
do?
air.
Keeps the
And,
atmosphere.
Aside from
Keeps
maybe
the atmosphere from
poison you.
leaving.
keeps the
It's
atmosphere
much
from-
like
But
you know
you be
when you.
inhaling. Do they respirate gold?
It's like when
somehow?
you have like wood chips in your topsoil, so your topsoil doesn't fly.
That
away.
is
Yeah.
not what it's like.
No,
That
it's
is
exactly
what
like
it's
that.
like. Yeah, that's a perfect analogy. It's perfectly apt.
I don't.
This
Science.
is why when you two to get together, I get really mad.
Science.
Oh, my
And this
God,
is
like
also why. Also explains why Yahweh had to advocate slavery.
Yeah.
Because Yahweh is a small G god, but the large G god made these gods
Yeah.
have slaves,
Right.
and so it's just it's that perpetual, when you have an
But didn't
abuser,
these guys make
an
humans?
abuser becomes an abuser.
Yes.
Just poor Yahweh had no chance.
See,
So wouldn't
that's it.
these guys be the creators of humans, which makes them small g gods?
I
Yes.
can understand why you would think that,
I'm
but
gonna
they
kill
were
you in a
doing
minute.
it at the unknowing direction of capital G God.
And the great thing is, in
Yeah.
the future, we too will go to another planet for selfish reasons. What these are,
Yeah.
no one knows.
Gold.
And then we will create life there.
Mhm.
So now this is Mormonism.
And enslave them.
So we're just
But
Mormons now.
it's secretly because Big G God has like influenced us into
Yes.
doing that.
Yeah, behind the scenes.
Because he likes slavery so much. You guys
Maybe.
were fucking right.
Yeah,
You were right. It's always
But
slavery.
I mean, like, how are we even defining slavery? Right? 'Cause it's more like
This
earning
is
a credit
more-
card, right? It's working.
This is more indentured
Ethical grounds
servitude.
are
It's
you need to decide that slavery is wrong, Joshua.
It's like working
because-
in
And
an
what do you mean
Amazon
by
warehouse.
wrong?
It's
And what do you
shades
mean
of
by
gray.
slave? And what do you mean
You
by
should have
gold?
seen how the
And
other
what do you mean
gods
by
treated their
atmosphere?
gold miners.
Yeah, sure, it was bad, but it was a little bit better, right? So,
Yeah.
Because they all would have died if there weren't slaves.
right, how would they possibly survive?
Yeah.
They couldn't have mined the gold themselves because that would have been fucking crazy. They had to
Luckily,
create people to enslave. Because
We've
God
got a
forbid they
magnetic
do
field.
work for
Our atmosphere
themselves. to
stays
save
here.
themselves.
We don't need the gold. So it's fine.
Yeah, no, what I've learned is that everything about my worldview is stupid and I ask all
Yeah.
the wrong questions.
That's
and I'm
correct.
sorry that
Listen,
I'm
Shannon, what would you
bringing the stream
prefer?
down.
Yeah, would you prefer them to create all of these people and then to just leave them on the planet to starve to death? No, I mean, like, sure, they had to work, but they were better off because the gods fed them. I mean, come on, get it together.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, you're right.
Well,
We
have to
should've-
write.
I should have
I mean,
created
that
people
was nice.
specifically to use them for a purpose that only benefited me and not them,
Like husky
and
blood dogs.
utilize them for that purpose and made sure that at least they didn't die so that they could serve that purpose by giving them the basic necessities of life. And that makes me good because I didn't just let them die
There you go. Now you're getting
after I created them to serve me.
It also explains
I get it.
biologically how we are perfectly suited for bending over in mines all day long.
Yeah.
Biologically,
Oh, yeah.
you can tell by humanity
Yeah.
just the nature of our back
My back
And-
was built for that for sure.
and how
For
good
sure.
we are at night vision, that this
Yeah.
was clearly optimized.
Yeah.
I
If
just
there's
wanna
anything anybody
know-
knows about me, it's that my back is the best.
With all of these like underhanded moral critiques that you guys are leveling, I just want to know what you base the instantiation of the ultimacy of the necessary preconditionals to provide for all possible impossibilities, Shannon. What do? What's your grounding?
I have PTSD flashbacks. That's what I do.
Sorry. The nice thing about that
Tuesday.
one is you utterly destroyed him in that debate.
keep telling me
because
that.
down in history, yeah.
I wasn't attempting to destroy him though. I just wanted to have a conversation with him.
That's what makes it so perfect.
Yes.
Literally, it was just like, oh, cool. Let's have a chat. And
Perfectly
then I was like,
Anunnaki.
oh, you're a disingenuous
gold.
piece of shit. I'm
right.
going to expose you in front of everybody to amuse myself because I would rather enjoy myself than talk to you. But I have to talk to you, so why not marry the two? And here we are.
So we may have to end the stream soon, but we'll get to, because of the top super chat. We'll see what's so anonymous 137 to my team. Thank you so much, anonymous. Apparently, if you donate to my team, you're too ashamed to actually leave your name. That seems to be the thing.
You should be. You should be afraid. I will shame you.
I'm
What's
assuming
his
this
name?
was 666 to Shannon Q from Angus Atkins Trimnell. Thank you, Angus. And then we got this controversial one from Timothy Harmon, which is a contingent donation.
Oh dear.
Timothy, $50 conditioned on Paul admitting evil can be a noun.
Mm.
We have no control over
So-
the refunds for the record.
That's right. So I mean,
Tax deductible.
evil. You can use it as a noun, but
Yeah.
but you shouldn't.
Why?
Get him,
Oh,
Dave.
I will argue this with you every time.
We have our
you're-
guests are here for a
Not
limited
research
time.
people.
As soon as we lose our guests, then Dave, you and I can have the fight.
We can get into a etymological debate.
It's right. That's right. But first, we need to learn as much as we can about our slave masters.
I'm learning so much.
With the issues of what is the difference between fate and destiny, that we too have a destiny. The fact that we were genetically engineered is not an accident.
I mean,
it's not the will of just some visitor to Earth.
You're genetically engineered. That is not an accident.
Yeah,
Literally,
Yeah.
definitionally.
Yeah, all right. Yeah.
well, hey,
I
but
accidentally built this car.
Yeah.
Come on, Dave. Sticky notes. Sticky notes are an accidental engineering. It happens all the time.
That is
Did you
true.
see the cell phone I accidentally
serendipity
threw
effect.
together?
Penicillin. Come on, we got accidental engineering.
I used to have a whole book called The Serendipity Effect, and it was all just about all of the things that had been, like penicillin was one, sticky notes was one, shatterproof glass was it was a researcher developing glues for DuPont who accidentally knocked the beaker off the table and it fell down and shattered, but the glue and like that he was doing held it in its shape, and they're like, oh, we should do that for car windshields. And like it was actually a really, really interesting book. There's all kinds of things that are like,
Yeah, but that was
vulcanized rubber
them
was one.
accidentally having. That was them experiencing an accident and utilizing that accident as a vector to pivot themselves towards figuring out how to engineer something with that
I
information.
suspect
That wasn't just like this cell phone just appeared in my hand by accident. Which is what
I
this
suspect that
motherfucker say.
the formula for that glue was probably in the ancient Sumerian tablets, and Josh and Megan are just not sharing it with us.
They're just not sharing it because they're self.
We
That's a
will
valid
selectively leak information when it will be most financially beneficial to us.
Yes.
It's why Assyriology is like
So
the
lucrative.
academic powerhouse that it is. That
Right,
everyone
and
knows
actually
and
it's so lucrative. Do you know
Yeah,
any
right.
Sumerians who aren't like billionaires?
You have no idea how many
Yeah.
like.
I imagine it's hard to get Warren Buffett.
That's why they have to
film
film in the same room.
Yeah.
Or on a cell
Agree.
phone. It's the fucking money.
Yeah.
Just raining.
300,000 years ago. I think this is part of the destiny, part of the godly with the capital G plan, and that one day we will repeat the same thing. We will go to some other planet and for our own selfish reasons and end up doing the same thing and carrying the seed of life from one planet to another, from one solar system to another. May I say this, Art? While when I in my
Didn't
writings
you say we were
or
in the
now on
same
the
solar
air,
system?
Well, we are, but he's hypothesizing that in the future we'll need to spread seed elsewhere.
So
We've already because they already tried Mars and that
we can
didn't work.
create life? Like we can just create beings?
Well, probably someday in the future we'll be able to.
I mean, maybe you can't, Shannon.
Because you don't
I'll
have
just
that
shut the fuck
tablet.
up. I'm gonna mute myself because I'm not contributing anything of value.
I mean, if you want to get into the weeds, kind of like technically, we already can and do, not from scratch, but we all the time take existing things. We've done it through crossbreeding. Now we do it through more direct genetic, where it's like, well, this doesn't work like this, so we'll just make these changes, and now we have whatever new species of canola or whatever or animal that does the thing that we wanted to do, and now we have a dog.
Amino acids, yada yada yada.
Yeah.
New race of existing people. Yeah.
And now we have a dog with white with black spots that looks really cool. And will probably die of cancer when it's 6 because it's horribly, horribly inbred. But can't make an omelet.
We
without
did
breaking
that.
2 eggs. Yep.
Go us. We're
Go
killing
us.
it. Nailing the just
speak of
creating
the
the genetic
ancient
variation.
texts with all their information, genetic information, encoding information, etc. People may say, well, we don't read Sumerian, we don't read Akkadian, we don't even know Hebrew, and so we sort of have to take what Zecharia Sitchin says in trust.
See, no one can know.
No one
It's
can
a
know.
secret knowledge.
You don't speak Sumerian or Akkadian or Hebrew. So those things are all the same. This is all fine. This is
They
fine.
absolutely are.
We're
They're
fine.
all English, really. I mean, I'm just making it look hard.
Yeah.
I can.
My whole
You
body
guys
is
wrote that.
itchy.
Wait, but you guys have that course on learning how to read these languages and like YouTube videos. You must be
it's a
enemies.
massive scam. Yeah, it's a massive scam.
I have that
Really,
too.
you buy the book and you read it, and what you're not realizing is it's just all written in English.
Yeah, it turns out you should have just taken some economics and you'd be
Yeah, absolutely.
and political science.
Fair enough. Yeah,
So learning how to read Sumerian, I think that's on your bookshelf. We have all of Josh's books, I think, through it.
yeah,
We're big Josh fans.
they're out and
There's
about.
not a Josh book we don't have, including his fucking thesis.
Guys are incredibly sweet. Thank you.
No, you're just good at what you do.
Makes me feel
I'm not
better, Josh.
endorsing you because I like you as a person. It's because you do good work.
What I like about
I'm a
Josh
pragmatist, Josh. Don't take it as me liking you as an individual.
Noted.
I like them because they're fat and they look impressive.
Mm.
Yeah.
That's also why Paul likes me.
I hate you so much right now. You're making me laugh at that joke.
This is why we don't normally have guests.
Yeah, okay.
We can't have nice things.
This is why we can't have nice things.
I know, this is wonderful. I'm having the best time.
Mm.
So there's no argument by anybody that those texts exist and they say what they say, except other scholars say, well, yes, there is such a text, but this is a myth. And I say, no, it's not a myth. These things really happen.
The thing is, sorry, I have to.
If
you're reading it as literal fact, it doesn't say what he's telling you it says. It just doesn't. So it's not only that Assyriologists everywhere are like not taking this text literally. He's not taking it literally either. He's just reading all kinds of weird shit into it.
Yeah.
And Assyriologists are trying to be sane about the whole process. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, like I mean, one of the things that's just I think a really clear example of this is in ancient Near Eastern iconography, like the person that's like the focus of a scene, particularly if it's like a king or something, is going to be physically bigger than the other people, particularly if the other people are enemies.
Well,
right?
Josh, that's
So,
what they
like,
were giants.
Right. So, it can't be that there's some artistic reason for that, right? No, that they actually were giants, right? That's what it really has to be. So,
Like a perfect example is like Napoleon. Some people probably know, like, famously represented. He was very much average height for his time. The English in their propaganda during the Napoleonic War often portrayed him as short in the posters and arts and things and cartoons, and it's just become like, oh, Napoleon was a really short guy, and now you have a Napoleonic complex and all these things but it's like, but he wasn't. He was normal. He was like 5'10", like he was just a normal height guy, probably less because it was like 5'8". People were just generally shorter kind of back then, but it's become through the ages because in the representations of him in English he is short, and everybody's like, wow, Napoleon was really short. And then you have Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure, and they're like, well, I mean, it's, the historical documents show, look how short he is. It's like, no, it's not a photograph. This is just a cartoon some guy drew in an English newspaper in 1805. This is not. Anyways, carry on.
So we have a couple minutes left with Josh and Megan. So let's see if we can. We're gonna save the. Thank you. The donations are coming in. We appreciate you. We're getting closer to the goal, but we will read those at the bottom of the hour.
Yes.
Not have to devote a lifetime to studying Sumerian or Akkadian or Egyptian hieroglyphics. And I really urge people to go to these various places, to the various museums. In the British Museum, and I give illustrations in my books, there is a round tablet that really depicts the route, the space travel route between Nibiru and our planet.
So I have, before Josh comes back to life and comments on that, I want to just zone in on the fact that he's saying, people are going to say, oh, we don't have time to learn how to read Sumerian or Akkadian.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, a lot of people don't know. But going to the museum and looking at the tablets is not going to help.
No, that's not going to help
You can't read them.
You can clearly see there is a tablet. So
Right,
I don't read
like
German,
that.
but let me go get a book in German, and then I'll know how to read it. That's how it works.
Yeah.
I watched Godzilla -1, so now I'm fluent in Japanese. That's how that
Absolutely.
goes.
I don't speak German, but yeah, let me get an actual, copy of
And for that round tablet he's talking about, I'm not sure if he's talking about the Babylonian map of the world or a circular astronomical tablet. Do you know?
Yeah, it's the one where it talks about like the path of Enlil or the path of Anu, and we talk about it, I think, in that video. Yeah, it doesn't say what he thinks it says.
So it's like there's a lot of scientific tablets that show positions of the stars and mapping constellations and like the cycles of the moon and stuff like this, predicting eclipses. These people observed everything and made very accurate predictions based on their observations. So we have like whole scientific libraries. It's not a map of how to get to Nibiru. Sorry.
But she's being paid to say that, so just keep that in mind.
Where's Nibiru? Where and what is the other planet? It's the 12th planet. There's another.
It's like that way.
Planet.
Well, no, like that way right now.
No, like if you just turn left and then go straight,
Right.
and then around the sun, is it in the Goldilocks zone even?
This is a whole big thing, and honestly, we could.
Shannon, if you stick around,
Shannon,
if you stick around after when Josh and Megan have to go, we will explain to you where the Sumerian.
I will happily go into detail about Nibiru because I do not speak
where
Spanish,
it is.
but I know a lot about astronomy,
Because
I'm
if it's outside of the solar system, like if it goes past like Pluto, which isn't even a planet,
Well, no, here's a hint, Shannon. Then
it's not habitable.
No, but in his book, the moon is a planet, and the sun is
No.
also a planet.
No,
Yes.
no,
Yes. Yes.
no.
Although,
What about the rest of the moons? Where do they go in the order?
defense,
Like many planets have moons.
he doesn't say that he thinks the moon is a planet, the sun is a planet. He says
Right.
the
Sumerians
Sumerians
thought so.
referred to the moon as a planet, and the sun
Because
is a
they
planet,
were
which is
dumb,
why Nibiru was the 12th planet,
as
even
we
though-
established earlier.
So
We have guests. We'll have our fight after.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Josh and Megan. We're coming up to the bottom of the hour. I won't make you listen through any more Sitchins.
I feel bad we didn't get more because this is what we picked this episode specifically because he does actually refer to specific tablets. And I'm like,
I know, but
we just
we
got
don't
off
have a
it.
good track
Yeah.
record on this show of getting through
yeah,
content.
we're not good.
But
not good at getting
I will say that let's see how where's our donation mark before. So we are at almost 11,000.
Nice.
and also you pulled ahead of me in the
Yay!
gosh darn
But
it.
we will read those chats for Josh and Megan. Where can people find you? Because to actually learn and to maybe watch other Sitchins videos, since I know you have several.
YouTube channel is Digital Hammurabi. We've got a couple of Sitchin videos up there and a bunch of interviews with actual people who read Sumerian and
Sitchins.
know archaeology. And
We also have the porn episode,
You
right?
have
Where
to
we dress
clarify
as
that
porn
very
stars.
quickly.
Yeah, I guess quickly.
I wasn't
I'm
interested, but now
We,
So
uh,
OnlyFans
Dave
/Digital Hammurabi.
subscribed while you said that.
we dressed up as porn stars to read
Remember that.
Sumerian erotic poetry. So I have like a lot of gold chain, on because I guess that's my way I think about it.
You could have saved an entire
what it
planet's
is.
atmosphere. FYI, you self.
That's right. Oh my God, gold again.
You could.
The gold in again.
Whole planet.
Oh, it's
and
all
you
true.
just did it performatively
Come
for a
around.
gimmick. So I'm just gonna need you to sit with that morally. I couldn't let myself go past that without just calling you to task because that's who I am as a person. But anyway, go ahead.
Digital Hammurabi. Too.
And if people, I know somebody said in the side chat, is there a place to get our books? Just Amazon. If you type in Joshua Bowen and Megan
Amazon,
Lewis.
Etsy. You can also order them through your local bookstore, through libraries. You can email me personally, Megan at
I'll send you a
digitalhammurabi.com.
signed copy.
Yeah, we'll do that.
Shannon and I will let our copies go for the right price.
I will not. I will not.
You can just
No,
get them
fine.
free
I
on the
will
internet.
not.
I'll post
No.
some links in the comments. You just pirate them. Don't pay money. It's
And no joke, they're the two best humans. Like,
Aw,
just
thank
period.
you.
Full stop.
You guys are pretty awesome.
To be clear, they are all there. They've been pirated.
yeah. But that's if you haven't been pirated, Josh,
Yeah.
Right. You haven't made it.
you haven't made it, right?
But we do say this: if people can't afford, like they really we have, they're all on Kindle. We make sure they're all on Kindle for like $10. But if you are strapped, and you can't get it, just email us. We have a particular PDF that's like locked and everything, and so we'll send it to you for free. So just
Can we
email
talk
us,
about your
Digital Hammer.
Audible
Happy to
versions as
share
well?
them
For
all.
Oh
those
yes, yes. So
For
both
those
of
of
the
us who are
atheist,
dyslexic, who
yes,
download
both
them.
of the atheist handbooks to the Old Testament, volumes 1 and 2, and the latest version of edition of Did the Old Testament Endorse Slavery, are all read by the amazing Seth Andrews.
butter.
So, yeah,
Best voice
they're
ever.
good. They're good.
Sorry, Paul, you're close, but yeah.
That's okay. Seth Andrews said that I'm a nice person, so I'm just I'll go with that.
No. Just wait till he gets to know you.
He does know him. We've met in person like a bunch of times. We were at the airport together. If you don't know somebody after being at the airport together, I don't know.
All right. Well, it's the bottom of the hour, so Digital Hammurabi, I assume that's your cue that you're turning into pumpkins.
It is. We have, for those who don't know, multiple small children who will be up very early, and Josh gets up at 5 for work, so he's.
So early.
Thank
tired.
you. I
Thank
can't
you
Thank
so
you
much.
so
for having us.
much.
It's so fun.
Thank you for having
We
us.
appreciate it so very much. Thank you so much.
It was great. It was great. Everyone, go donate more money. We have to get to what 12,000.
12,000.
That's right.
12,000.
1,000 to go. All right. Thanks.
Bye,
Thanks,
guys.
Appreciate you both.
Good night.
You're the
Night.
best. Thank you so much. Did you kick
All
Dave
right.
out too?
Oh,
'Cause
I
love
accidentally
that.
locked Dave.
I was ready to just take over.
Yeah, I got other stuff I can do if you guys are busy.
All right. So first things first is we need to read the donations that have come in.
Yes.
I'm gonna leave probably right after that because I have to get up early to figure out how to plant your trees, your Saskatoon berry trees.
Do you have to, or do you
Yeah,
want?
well, it was part of his birthday gift.
Oh.
So yeah, I do.
All right.
And I want to also.
So we
Claire.
have Claire's part 2 of
Poor
3.
Claire.
Poor Claire is writing a novel.
Yeah.
As you may recall, in the previous that she was discussing clutter and coffee tables.
Yep.
Part 2 of 3. But we all know clutter was never the real reason Paul doesn't want a coffee table. Oh,
Ooh.
just describing motive. That's just what everyone wants to do.
Shut up, Paul. I'm interested in this.
He's smart enough to know that the argument is illogical. No,
Mhm.
I'm not. Don't
Yep.
you dare accuse me of being smart. Furthermore, I once suggested he get a very small table, only big enough for 1 or 2 drinks.
Yeah.
Plenty of those available for sale, and he refused this as well. Do you think that clutter doesn't fit on it? That's ridiculous. Without even pretending to give an explanation, Shannon, maintain constant vigilance and know your worth. I fear Paul's motives may be much more sinister than he would have us believe. Now we need to wait. Now we're on bated breath. We are waiting for part 3.
I've
which
been
is not
owed a
coming yet.
wine credenza for the better part of the year now.
Know your worth, Shannon. Just
Appreciate it.
That is it's
Yeah.
definitely super chat funded wine credenza that is not manifested.
huh.
Melody Kate on Team Shannon says, "Hey
Anyway,
Shannon,"
Anyway.
and actually Melody Kate again.
thank you, Melody.
Also
Kate.
some Canadian money in case it is worth more.
This has been. It's not currently.
That has been, yeah.
Yeah.
Scooter Dog. Well, a lot of Team Shannon things coming up here.
Team Shannon here. This is,
I have no clutter or anything on my coffee table. Paul needs more faith in clutter-free coffee tables.
This is
Paul
the
has
one
to
that put you ahead of
manifest.
me. This
clutter
David
free
Malone
coffee.
one is the one that put you ahead of me.
There you
But
go.
I crawled back up, and I think he did it on purpose. You were ahead of me by like $7 at one point.
Good
David
job.
Malone, thank you so much, David. No comment.
Now
just,
I'm ahead by $1. Sorry, go ahead.
And
Yeah, who is this? Paul?
Nigel Jude St. John
Oh my.
says
Skull.
Oh, there you go. Do it, Dave.
Skull. As I sip Jupiler. I don't have my. I had my Odin's Beard mead here not that long ago. I put it away. It's too bad. If you're doing Skull, you got to drink mead.
Okay, well that's and that goes right in with our sponsor. Don't forget our sponsor, beer.
Yep.
Beer.
So, what was that code again that they can use, Dave?
Was Enkidu. Yeah, ENKIDU.
Yeah, we often it's often something toast to toast related, but not.
It's
so much
usually
today.
toast to toast. TOST, the number 2 TOST. That's always been the code. But because of our guest
special
special
right.
charity stream, we have a different promo code. This
I am going to leave because it's almost my bedtime. It's almost midnight here in Narnia. I want you to, especially since it's Paul's birthday, and I mean this.
Yeah.
Listen to me.
Yeah.
Look me in the eyes. Stay up, get wrecked, enjoy yourselves with everybody. That's what I would like more than anything.
I mean,
the second thing that I would like is that you see this
nude pictures.
that I'm ahead of you by $1. If I wake up in the morning,
right. If you
I
wake up in the
love
morning.
the
I wake
top
up in the
team.
morning. What are
That's
you insinuating?
This-
like I know
this chat
like,
just
this
took a
is how
real dark
fucked up
turn.
we are as a couple, though, for the record, is that like we're the top team, and that's fucking amazing by like leaps and bounds, like by miles. But the only thing I give a shit about is like if I wake up in the morning, I know we're not going to catch these two, either of us as an individual. I get that.
Right.
But if you beat me, especially because I fucked up, like the first time that I shared the MS walk, I shared the team page. So it went to no one. It went to the team. So I have like $2,000 in donations that went to the team that weren't attributed to me. And then you started a competition. And then I was like, well, now I need to make sure that it goes to me. So I could be 2,000 ahead of you, but I'm not.
You know what this is, Shannon?
And then it's your stream, and I don't have any fucking comrades that are mods that are going to share my link. So I would just like to plead my case that pick me. That's all
You plead. So Shannon, but let me
say.
No, but hold on before you go. I would like to. I would, as we say on the show, bio break, and so you hang with Dave for a minute.
Yeah, hang out with me, Shannon,
and I will be back in like 60 seconds or ish. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know how long it's going to be.
If Dave is going to be on my team,
I
now's
feel
the
like
time where you can tell me
thing,
how you're going to
Shannon,
support me.
There's
here.
nothing more boring than watching two people who agree on some kind of show, right? So like I feel like just from a purely entertainment standpoint, I have to.
Team Janet, and he'll have no idea. He won't know.
I mean,
gone.
he doesn't ever watch these streams.
It's no idea. He doesn't. He's not going to watch this back. Yeah. So what you can do is you can be the devil's advocate, encouraging people in the chat that if they're going to donate, they can use my link. The problem is I need people to post my link because his link is in the description. I'm pretty sure.
I have some friends in chat. And so
I'm going to post mine again.
Here's real talk time, Shannon. I have a contrarian streak in me, as you are.
I wasn't aware of that.
You weren't.
Wow.
So probably when you're done, I probably will start advocating hard for Team Shannon because what am I just going to be there and be like, oh, Paul's the greatest? That's no fun.
You like. I know that it's his birthday. I get that. But technically, it's only his birthday for 20 more minutes in Nova Scotia. I'll still have MS in 20 minutes.
Yeah.
But it won't be his birthday anymore.
Won't be his birthday. So
that's all I'm saying.
I mean, I hear what you're saying. There's a good point.
That's all I'm saying.
It's going to be his birthday for like another 2.5 hours where I live. Sadly.
Oh, that sucks.
Oh, you're back already.
Dave is on your team and it's pissing me off. So
to be fair,
45 seconds.
the description
have a
has
follower?
both of our links.
Okay.
Oh, he had his earbuds in the whole time. God damn it. Fuck. All right. Well, I'm going to leave
Grow a
anyway.
beard or shave, Paul. What's going on there? Anyways, Team Shannon.
Dave, I'm still counting on you to be my advocate.
He will. As
If
if
he's beating me by $1 now. Like, I can't even. If I go to the MS Walk on Sunday and they're like, top contributor for Team Shannon Q, Paulogia.
I mean,
he fucking walks past me.
that'd be pretty. That would be funny.
I'm
That would be
gonna
worth
die.
seeing.
Yeah, I know.
my inclination is to be antagonistic to Paul. That's
That's what I live for.
it's as somebody who's played Risk with me, it doesn't matter if I win so long as Paul loses.
That
He
is
told me-
actually that's fair.
He's like, Dave will go full kamikaze just to make sure that
No. To be fair, Dave will play 20 minutes to see if winning might be in the cards.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And then if he decides
figure
though
out
that
who he wants to
it's
fuck.
that if he decides that he's not on a nice clear path to victory,
Yeah.
then all bets are off.
All bets are off. Then it's time to play a new game.
Yeah. So $7 from Quasimeo.
Oh my goodness.
Thanks for helping me dieting. Have my dinner fund for tomorrow. Don't tell my wife. Well, please don't send your dinner money.
Yeah.
Don't-
So this is an excellent cause, and we really appreciate every donation. But
Please eat.
don't give us the money you're gonna use to buy food tomorrow. We don't
Now,
want
if this was like the cupcake money, like
Well,
that would be okay. So this was the for because that's about, I think with inflation, cupcakes are about $7 these days. I think.
Do you guys have out there in your west? So there's this chain in Western Canada. Maybe it's everywhere. I don't know. It's called Crumble Cookies, I think.
No.
So it's kind of like are you both familiar with Crave Cupcakes? I know Paul is.
No.
So Crave Cupcakes started, like 15 years ago. It's like, hey, what if cupcakes were $15 and like incredibly fancy? So this is basically, it's like, what if a cookie was $20 and this big and had just like really fancy icing and stuff? And you're like, I'll maybe just go buy like regular cookies from the store.
I don't like icing, so
Yeah.
that wouldn't be my jam.
just a shit ton of cream cheese icing on it. So this
But
is
we
like
do have a donut place around here that makes like that, but puts for some reason things. And then there's that milkshake
Didn't we take
place.
Dave to Aroma Maya?
no.
Mm-mm.
We
I don't
didn't take
know
you to Aroma Maya.
I'm not sure if
We
it
didn't
was
get you
here when-
donuts.
I don't know if it was here when he was here.
It was.
Oh,
for
was it?
sure.
Oh, I guess we didn't.
Been here for 3 years.
That's new to me.
There's also that milkshake place that literally like just puts other desserts on top of the milkshake.
Milkshakes. There's a piece
that's
of
in
cake.
downtown
Here's a piece of
Halifax.
cake. Like here's a milkshake and a piece
Yeah,
of
they'll
cake
literally
on
put
top
an
of it
entire
and a
piece of
chocolate bar.
cheesecake on top of the milkshake. Yeah.
I mean,
Yes.
I endorse this. I'm all for this.
Mhm. Yeah, so it's similar. It's like why is this
All right.
why is this milkshake $12? Oh, because it's 5 desserts. Okay, all right. Thank you, Shannon.
I'm gonna go. Thank you everybody for donating. I appreciate you donating to whatever link. I would prefer it be mine, but if you want to support Paulogia to infuriate me, you will at least be helping a cause that is helping a lot of people, and
I just
that is
wanna-
what matters the
Before
most.
you
to
go,
me.
Shannon, I'm here in the middle. On one side, you have just a normal person in a normal room with MS, just asking for your help. Over here, you've got some kind of weird, pretentious black on black. Like it looks like a head floating in a void. Nobody lives like this. This is an act. This is artificial. Just click on Shannon's link. Yeah, it's too late, Paul. You can move the windows wherever you want. It doesn't. You're not fooling anybody. Green? What the fuck? Nobody has lighting like that. I just happy birthday.
I like the direction. I'm gonna leave while the momentum is going. Thank you very much, everybody. I appreciate you all. I
It's wonderful
appreciate
person.
you too, especially. I know that this is something that means a lot to you guys to do with you, and it means a lot to the audience. I appreciate the audience for allowing this to take over for an evening. And I look forward to just being a troll in the chat as I'm on my way to bed,
Do it.
just like I usually do. I'll go back to my normal role. Have a good evening.
I will
And enjoy
say
the rest of Sitchins.
Do it, Shannon. Go. And I just for chat. So I personally do not have MS. I've had many people in my life that I've known that have. I've known people who were completely bedridden, unable to communicate. It's a horrible, horrible condition, disease, and this is a wonderful cause. And I fully support it. Walk for MS Walk. It's a great cause. And I believe that within our lifetime there will be significant. There's things happening. There's research out there. There are avenues happening there. I think that there is going to be breakthroughs, and I think your money will really help. And we really appreciate Paul and I both. Shannon, when she was here, this is a fantastic cause. It really is. It's a horrible disease. It's just anybody who knows anybody with MS or who has been touched with it personally, and Paul, I'm sure, agrees with me. Every dollar really helps, and we appreciate everybody who is donating.
And thank you so much, chat. We've snuck over the 11,000. Thank you so much for all of that. We will, and so Dave, I think what we're going to do is we're going to continue on with more Sitchins. But what we're going to do, I think we will shift to his very first Zecharia Sitchin's episode on Coast to Toast, on Art Bell, on Coast to Coast. I
feel like if you're doing that, we might as well skip like the first 5 or 10 minutes because where it's just Art introducing him because we've
let's see, because he gives different, because a lot of the questions Shannon had, unfortunately, about the why 12 planets. Like a lot of those questions are going to get answered because they had answered them prior. So
while you're doing that, Paul, cue it up.
Now to New York.
Yep.
I need to follow your example.
Okay, so it'll just be me for a minute. All right.
Yep.
All right, so we're going back to just a reminder, we're doing MS Walk fundraiser tonight. Super chats. We appreciate those, but the best way to give is because it'll be there in time and it'll count toward Team Shannon, will be through the link in the description. There's 2 links: Team Paulogia, Team Shannon. We're doing a bit of a friendly competition, or not so friendly, depending. And but Dave and I are gonna carry on. We are now outside of the realm of experts. It's just normal toast to toast time. Me and Dave looking at Art Bell, Sitchin 1. Here we go.
York, and here he is, Zecharia Sitchin. He should need no introduction. Those of you who have for years read this genre of material should know him. The 12th Planet, Stairway to Heaven, Genesis Revisited, The Lost Realms, When Time Began, The Earth Chronicles, Genesis Revisited, Just Unfolding Now, not a rehash of current events, but a factual account of divine encounters. That's what this book is going to be about. Moving also into all kinds of metaphysical areas, even touching on the current rage of angels. And here he is from New York, Zecharia Sitchin. Welcome to the program.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning. So here you are. I'm not going to waste any time. I'd like to begin at the beginning if we could. The 12th planet. Is it Dr. Sitchin?
Well, Mr. would do, Zecharia would do.
What is...
That does sound a little bit like Kent Hovind. If you don't like my doctorate, you can just call me Mr. Call me Bubba, whatever. It's, meaning... He just got a bit of a sham. Maybe he's not. I don't even know if he has a doctor.
In a nutshell, if you can do it, the theory of the 12th planet. What is the 12th planet?
Well, you just said that not to waste time, you want to start at the beginning. And this is really starting at the beginning, because according to ancient texts that have come to us from Mesopotamia, today's Iraq, going back almost 6,000 years, they provided us with a cosmogony dealing with how the solar system came.
Cosmogony?
I mean, he's trying to say cosmology. I'm not.
Is he? Oh, I just thought maybe he knew. I legitimately thought, he knows a word I don't know.
I'm pretty sure he was saying cosmology.
Okay, cosmology. Okay.
To being,
and tell us that soon after the solar system, where we are part of the universe, as soon as it came into being about 4 billion or so years ago, an invader from space, a planet.
That's for someone like him. That's the closest he's been on anything.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah.
Yeah.
Planet ejected from its own solar system somewhere else was passing by, was drawn into the center of our solar system, had a collision with another planet that existed at that time between Mars and Jupiter. In that collision, half of that other planet
where the asteroid belt is.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Into bits and pieces, became mostly the asteroid belt. It still orbits between Mars and Jupiter. Part of it became a comet that visits us from time to time, and some of those comets are in the news. And the other half of the destroyed planet was...
This would have been around.
Oh, okay. All right. Anyways, I don't know if I want to comment on this or just wait till he's done with this, because I already have.
Oh, gotcha. I'm just assuming this was around the time. So this is 95 now. So we've jumped back in time to 1995.
Going back. This is his first appearance.
The first appearance. Am I remembering correctly? That was around Hale-Bopp time.
Hale-Bopp was after. Wasn't that like 96? Maybe somebody in chat.
No, but I'm thinking in the news. Like, so you're saying that you may have heard about these comments in the news. I'm guessing in 95, Hale-Bopp was. There was a long lead up.
Yes.
In the news. So it may well have. I mean, it doesn't matter one way or the other, but I'm guessing he's trying to, hey, you remember those current events you're hearing? That totally relates to what's that?
July 23rd, 1995 is when Hale-Bopp was first.
Okay. Wow. Yeah. Okay. So I
visible to the
roughly
naked
correctly.
Eye. Yes. Yeah.
Gotcha. Well, yeah, let's let him finish the sentence, and then you can tell us why he's correct.
Yeah. Shunted or thrust into a new orbit and became our planet Earth. That invader, which was called in the ancient text by the Sumerians Nibiru, which meant planet of the crossing, later renamed by the Babylonians in honor of their national god Marduk, became also a member of the solar system with a vast elliptical orbit that lasts about 3,600 years.
There you go.
Yeah, there you go. So here's the thing that the asteroid belt is often misrepresented in media, and I feel like our good friend Zecharia Sitchin has fallen. That it's like Star Wars, right? With the Millennium Falcon, Empire Strikes Back, where they're going through the Empire Belt.
Oh, right. I think I know where you're going with this. Okay.
Right. So there is actually very little matter in the asteroid belt. The total mass of the entire asteroid belt is, I'm trying to remember, it's like 4% or something like that. I have to Google it, of the mass of the moon. Like not even Earth, of the moon. Like it's not much. Like if you took every asteroid in the asteroid belt and clumped them all together, you would not get a planet. You would not get half of a planet. You would get a small percentage of Earth's moon. And that's it. So to suggest that like this is the wreckage of a planet or half of a planet is complete nonsense. And that somehow it's okay, right? Like it actually is conceivable. Well, it's not. Like the idea that somehow something collided and then came and it became Earth. And that Earth didn't form just in the, natural. It's none of it adds up if you know actual astronomy and the math, right? Where it's like, now there are some interesting and probably true theories about how the formation of the moon, and that something quite massive, possibly Mars mass size, struck Earth at some point very early on in the formation of the solar system, and that ended up in the formation of the moon. because I don't know if you know this, Paul, one of the great mysteries. So our moon is anomalous in a number of ways. It's compared to the mass of the Earth, it's way too big. Like most moons are very, very small. Like the ratio of mass of the moon to the thing they orbit, like the moon is, our moon is huge compared to Earth versus what other bodies are compared to, like, you look anywhere else in the solar system that we can see, or the planets that we can observe outside. We haven't seen anything else like the moon, the current Earth moon, the lunar moon that we have. Its mass to ours. And the other really crazy thing about it, like, when NASA and they, like went there and we got samples of rock from the moon and came back, it's like, this is chemically, it's like, this is Earth mineral. Like, it seems as if the moon is formed, or the parts of the moon that we have taken samples of and gone from the same material that the Earth is made of. How can that be? And so the current theory is that something very massive struck Earth at some point very early in the solar system, when the Earth was still forming and things were more liquid and go, and boom, this explosion, and it split, and mass separated out from the Earth. But because of gravity, things came and formed spheres, and the moon came. So the moon is largely made up of material that was ejected from Earth because of some giant collision that happened very early in the formation of the.
So here's what I hear you saying. I hear you saying that Marduk collided with something else.
Yeah.
Part of it became the Earth. Part of it became the moon.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
And then that explains why there's not as much asteroids as you expect, because part of it became the moon.
A lot of
because
it.
Because of Marduk's
the majority
body.
of it, actually, because the moon is significantly more massive than the entire asteroid belt.
Right. Plus, if you long-time reviewers will remember, the Earth is hollow.
Well, I don't believe Sitchin. That's
no, but that's just facts that we know.
Yeah, the moon definitely is.
Oh, well, that ruins what I was going to say. I thought maybe that we needed that material for the. Also, they're both hollow.
They're both hollow. Yeah.
So probably what's happening here is that Sitchin's is way off on his estimates, and just a little bit of the planet broke off.
Well, he's not an astronomer, so
It's true. He's only reading from the texts.
Yeah.
And so much of the ancient tablets were dedicated to the human genome.
Yeah.
That they couldn't give all the specs on.
Did you throw up that super chat from Scotty Orange? I saw you throwing up super chats from.
I was just throwing up super chats. Where's the
Scotty Orange? The God had the EULA when you were born. What is on it? And then user license.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah. I feel like Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy summed it up perfectly. Right, the God's final message to his creation. Did you ever read Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy?
I've read every one of them, but I'm blanking on.
There's the big that Marvin finally gets there. And it's giant letters in fire written 400 feet tall or something. And it's, we apologize for the inconvenience.
Oh, that's right. Yes,
that's God's final message to creation. Just like, there you go. Yeah, we apologize for the inconvenience.
Yes, so long for I read all of them, and they didn't quite hold up. Like once we got past so long from thanks for all the fish and stuff.
Shanti's getting very mad at you for pluralizing Stitchin. Because you keep trying to say Hitchins.
I do. I keep because I'm
a different person.
Yeah. Also, I should be better because a number of other creators have been mispronouncing my name this week, so I really should be better about it.
Paulogia? What's so hard to say about that?
But
Paulogia.
Zecharia Sitchin isn't alive, so he can't come after me.
Well, I mean, that's even more reason to get his name right. Disrespectful oaf.
That's true. It's true.
That's true.
We should refresh. I should double check the.
Let's double check the MS chats, Paul.
Yeah, let's do that. We got. So we are at. We got a little bit more.
Oh man, Paul. Oh, the goal's been upped to
Oh, Shannon changed the goal. Oh my goodness.
Well, there we
Now
go.
we got to stay up very
On the
late.
way out, she threw expectations on all of us.
Uh-oh. But I am curious to see whether we get part 3 of 3 about my coffee table stupidity.
I'm on tenterhooks here.
We've missed several. So So we got Melly now pitching in to help Shannon beat Paul.
Okay, I want to read some of these.
Okay, you go ahead. Megan and
Megan
Josh.
and Josh. Unfortunately, our contract with Big Pharma prevents us from writing a clever message. But as the tablets record, coffee tables are necessary to stop atmospheric degradation. I mean, it is in the tablets.
Mm.
Thank you, Megan and Josh.
All right.
Rosianna Keller. I'd never have a coffee table in my house, so I'll contribute to Paul's pain. No, okay. So I don't have a coffee table, Paul, but I do have a little round table that's in between my armchair. I got like a lazy boy recliner type chair. It's a matching set and a couch. You know, and it's fantastic for drinks. It's like maybe a foot diameter, just like a little round table. You know, you can put 2 drinks on it. Works great. Nothing else ever goes on it.
I do not believe you.
That is accurate. You can choose to believe.
I have lived with you.
Oh, there is clutter everywhere. So on my kitchen, I have a what do you call it? You know, it's like there's like the kitchen sink and there's like a little table beyond. You know, where like stools, like it's a high table, kind of like back beyond.
Like an island?
Kind of. It's not an island. Like it's part of the kitchen. Like it comes out from the wall. But it's like
I got like a breakfast nook,
kind of like that, right? And it is just, I mean, there's probably 80 things on that right now, because I have the antithesis. I am your opposite when it comes to clutter. I think clutter is amazing. There's maybe 40 things on my desk I'm looking at right now that are just kind of here. Some of them have been here for over a year. This is natural and fine. This is good. But the little drink table only ever has the glasses for drinks, and then when you're done watching your movie or TV shows, you're watching your X-Men 97, whatever you're watching, when you leave, you pick up the empty glasses and you take them to the sink in the kitchen. You put them in the dishwasher, you put them in the sink, whatever you do with them, that's it. There you go. And it's just the perfect little table. It's great because you got to set your cup somewhere, right? Like what are you going to do? Just hold them the whole time while your hand warms the drink?
So we have Dave.
Yeah,
you've been here. We have this couch tray to put drinks on, and theoretically, that would be an audition. We know you could see whether that could remain clutter free. Would be the same thing. And theoretically, when drinks go on or drinks go off it, but that's not what happens. The cups go away, but then other shit ends up on there.
Other precious things that have to go somewhere,
like napkins.
Yeah,
or yeah.
What, you gotta have napkins? You're gonna just leave slaw and barbecue sauce on your lips like an animal, like a Mesopotamian who doesn't know any better because aliens haven't taught him yet.
I did see Godzilla -1. Finally, it was available on. Available to be purchased.
Yet. Did I tell you my Godzilla -1 story?
No,
I don't know. So I was all excited. I was going to say it. So the theaters here showed it. The showings they had was either it was like Wednesday at 1:00 in the afternoon, or like 11:30 at night.
Okay,
and I'm like, I have a job. I can't, and no weekend showings at all.
Oh, okay.
So like me and 3 friends here in the city I live in, we were all excited. We were going to go see Godzilla -1, and it's like, well, I'm not going to 11:30 p.m. show because I have to get up, like I have to work, and it's like I'm not fucking taking a day off of work to go see a one. It's like, what else is showing? Why can't you do a 7 p.m. show or a 10 p.m. show? Why can't you do a Saturday show? What
that was?
I'm looking at the other movies that are out.
They probably had that Taylor Swift movie was probably playing at the time.
I was so mad. For like 2 weeks, I tried to see.
I would have loved to see it in the theater. It never even it didn't even grace a theater in our
grace
province
theaters in my
here,
city. It's just the weirdest time.
Yeah, it
I
sucks.
even wrote like an angry email to the theater, and I'm like, "Why? Please show this movie at a normal time when normal humans who have responsibilities and jobs will go see it. You have 15 fucking theaters. You can't show Godzilla -1 at 7? Serious? Like, whatever. Whatever. I'm not going to go. Oh, poor Claire. Don't be scared.
Matthew K.
Don't be scared.
That's right. You're fine. You'll be fine, Claire. You'll be fine.
Yeah.
So Matthew K. Writes,
this
is all I can afford for the time. What?
The whole thing. He gave he's donating.
Oh, Matthew K, aka Van Briggs Vulcan Atheist.
There you go.
This is all I can afford for the time being. We so generous. Appreciate you so much. Generous.
Yeah, and you donated before Matthew K.
Since I unintentionally donated to Paul's, sorry. Oh, that's sorry in English, my friend. Much love. All right. Well, Matthew, I appreciate you pretending to even things out and to secretly being on Team Paulogia. I appreciate that. Tom.
Like Thom Yorke.
Clutter be gone. I agree. Team Paul. Clutter be gone.
I assume that's lead singer of Radiohead.
Probably.
Thom Yorke.
Green-eyed lady with RA. I wish I could donate more. Wishing you the best, Shannon. I always love watching your content. Thank you on behalf of Shannon.
Shannon's content is fantastic.
Yes.
And
she among us.
Green-eyed lady, in all sincerity, do not feel in any way shamed or bad that you couldn't give more. We appreciate every single dollar. The fact that if you can't afford to give anything, that's fine. Just being here.
Yeah, we appreciate you just being here and supporting us by being in the chat and hanging with us. That's amazing. If you do, though, if anyone would wish to share out the link to the stream so that people can watch it tomorrow on Saturday or whatever, they will. Maybe not this part so much, but when Josh and Megan were on, it was educational and entertaining.
I feel bad that we wasted so much time on our normal toast to toast inanities, but
I don't. I feel like I'm going to tell you. Warned.
I don't actually. They were bad. I'm saying that because that's the thing you're supposed to say.
Oh, I see. That's correct.
I do feel like they enjoyed the sponsorship ad.
We are
good.
We aren't even the worst stream that Josh has been on this week.
No.
Josh gets invited a lot of places, as you probably picked up on, to debate biblical slavery. So, because he has a book on biblicle slavery.
Yes, so I follow him on Twitter, so I see the.
So every theist, who believe of Abrahamic religion descent, wants to pick a fight with him about this. It's just like, I wrote a book. Okay, let's fight about it. Okay, I guess.
I don't get. Even when I was like a full-on theist, I would not have had any issue with anything that Josh said.
No,
right? It's like, yeah, absolutely, there's slavery, and so what? Like, that would have been my position. It's just like, okay, yeah. I mean, like, that's just the way the world was. That was everything. Like,
and also just go with morally sufficient reasons, right? Like, that's when I was a Christian. It's just like, well, okay, I don't understand why, but obviously God does, and I'll just leave it at that instead of inventing my own.
Yeah. And I think, like, anyway, whatever. Let's not get into a lot of.
Clarification. It's just the Christians dying on Slavery Hill. So I was also referring. There are some Muslims who die on the Slavery Hill.
Oh, absolutely. That is not just the Christian position.
And so, but I'm not meaning to say that everyone of Abrahamic religion descent, as Dave said, when he and I were, even when we were Christians, wouldn't have selected that particular hill to die on. That would be definitely not.
Yeah.
I don't think we finished reading all the stuff.
Yes. Anyways, we were saying Green-eyed lady, do not feel bad. If you can donate a single dollar, That's awesome. Don't feel
No obligations though.
Yes.
We're just hanging out.
But don't have to. But don't feel bad that you don't donate as much as somebody else. It's an arbitrary number. What you can give is up to you. It's like the what's the old parable, right? The widow who gave.
Oh, the widow who gave a talent. Yes, or
no, she
whatever
didn't give
it
a
was.
talent because a talent was a huge amount of money.
Oh,
She
he gave a copper or something. Yeah,
It's like that was her whole.
Yeah.
Anonymous. How do I gather into one message all that needs to be said? Did I buy a coffee table from Toast to Toast sponsor Tables a year or so ago without thought to how this would impact two wonderful, possibly three if Dave have feelings, don't worry, I don't, people's lives? Money going to a good cause. Just got to put on Team Paul as, coffee tables aside, the fall of the coin toss dictates. Hey, the coin does what the coin does. Thank you so much, Anonymous. That was a surprisingly eloquent.
It was.
Yeah. I feel bad. It's here we go. Zena Keller, once again, donating $10. The surprising thing was the moon is made of a very identifiable Earth material and not stuff that would have been formed from the same accretion disk as previously thought. Thea was the hypothetical protoplanet that hit Earth in reality. So there we go. Rosina, yes, she's explaining much better than I am, but that's the
with your fumbling.
But I was trying to fumbly explain that it's there are interesting things.
And one last one from
Tim Okasa.
Okasa. Cheers. And cheers to everyone in the chat. All right. Shall we learn more?
Let's learn some more science, Paul. Let's learn some more stuff.
Now I need to. Yeah, there we go. Which one is the one?
They call the seventh planet as anyone.
Nope, that's the wrong one. Let's go. I need to just remove that from the stream so I don't stop getting confused.
Stop getting confused.
Of our use.
Yes.
Because to that planet and whoever might.
Right. So okay. So now we're back to this point. So that's how it has a 3,600 year elliptical orbit, and then so it gets close enough to us that they can hop.
Yeah, and that actually is well within solar system norms.
Of course. And it also then actually does, in this weird way, explain why, like, for most of the time, it's so far away, like that's why we're not seeing it. We're not like it's not like Venus in the sky. It's
fun fact, Paul. Trivia time for you.
Okay.
Chat. Let's see if anyone in chat knows this. From what we know, what object, what thing has the largest, whatever you want to say, longest orbit in our solar system? You win if you know the name. Double points if you can tell me how long the orbit is.
So not necessarily a planet.
It's definitely not a planet.
Yeah.
I'll throw that out there. The longest orbit planet would be Neptune. I don't remember what Neptune's orbit is. It's like 356 years, something like that.
Right. I give up, Dave. I don't know. Is it Halley's Comet?
It is not Halley's Comet.
Mm.
There is a thing. It's called Sedna, Sedna. It has an 11,600 year orbit around the sun, and it is highly, highly irregular. Like it goes way, way out, and then swings around back to the sun. It was almost certainly something that was caught by sun's gravity.
Gotcha.
Maybe we can Google it. Sedna. It goes like so far out, and then swings back and around. Mm-hmm.
Sedna rhymes with Edna.
Mm-hmm. It does. 11,000 years. Yeah, 11,600 years.
Some astute regular viewers may note that this was the original platform on which we broadcast the original episodes of Toast to Toast.
Mm-hmm.
But we use a much more needlessly complicated setup for most shows.
Mm-hmm.
So today it's a slightly simpler. There's not as much going on. There's no fax machines. Not as much going on. But I'm curious if people like the captions on the show.
Yeah,
I'm curious to know if people actually find that is. I was forced to do it because of the way this platform works. You can't just have audio; you have to have a video track. But I'm curious if people actually like it. Also weirdly, of course, it's not completely accurate, as we know. It was like they were calling it art.
Yeah, there's a couple of things it was off on.
Yeah, so it's not going to be. Also, it's trying to decipher 4-decade old radio show.
Okay.
Yeah. So anyway,
Shannon Q posting from almost bed. Throwing her link out there one more time. Everybody, click on that link. Throw your money out there,
or the one in the description that says Team Paulogia.
Everybody humiliate Paul on his birthday.
That's a common theme. Just any day.
Just any day. Just another day.
One orbit is just 1 year, and that explains such other problems as the so-called immortality of the god from Greek mythology, etc. So that planet became...
how does that work?
Okay, so... Okay.
Yeah.
So, just because your planet takes, let's just throw it in there, 5,000 years to orbit the sun. So 1 year is 5,000 Earth years.
Correct.
That doesn't mean that you live to 20, which is, Paul, do math for me. What's 20 times 5? 100. It doesn't live to 100,000 years. You don't just get to live longer because your planet takes a really long time to orbit the sun. It's not like there's some kind of, well, every time you orbit the sun.
That's how biology works. We're all guaranteed a certain number of trips around the sun.
I guess that's true. Yeah,
and that would be a bit of a loophole if we could jump onto Sedna.
I mean, I saw Interstellar.
If we could jump onto Sedna, then we would each get like 70 trips around the sun on that
live
planet
for almost 1 million years.
Yeah. It's a loophole
because your DNA degrades a little bit every time you orbit the sun. Right.
That's the only reason we age is that trip.
Yeah, the alleles at the end of your DNA.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
you get it. Timothy Harmon. Actually, we got stuff.
First
we got Anonymous.
Yeah.
Who writes, Shannon is better than Paul. Kidding, sorta. Love you. Shannon greater than Paul. Yeah. Kidding, sorta. Love you both, but my mad, exasperated Shannon is one of my favorite things ever. Yeah, you're not wrong.
It's also one of Paul's favorite things.
Mad Shannon, if she's not mad at you, is delightful.
I mean, there's something wrong with me. I fully acknowledge that, but I actually enjoy it when Shannon's mad at me.
Fair enough.
I never learned the difference between good attention and bad attention, Paul. I think that explains a lot about me as a person. Yeah.
And Timothy Harmon, $10 to Team Paulogia. Thank you so much. Quick plug to one of Megan's other projects, Misquoting Jesus with Bart Ear. Help me.
Aherman. Yeah.
Bart Aherman.
Who I believe is a Freemason.
That makes sense.
I don't know. I've never heard of this person. Could be.
Oh, maybe he's Canadian. Bart A.
Oh, you're probably right. And I now I feel bad that I didn't recognize one of my
Roman. Yeah. He's Canadian. I'm sure he's Canadian.
Bart A. Cool dude.
Man.
Cool dude doing cool stuff.
Yeah. I didn't understand that Megan was on a podcast with him, with another Canadian, but good Canadian kid.
Good Canadian kid. Nice guy. Strong swimmer.
a member, and according to the Sumerians, the 12th member of the solar system, because they counted the sun. They said this is the family of the sun. They included the moon as a member in its own right for reasons that are given in those ancient texts.
In the tablet.
And
The reasons given in the tablet. It must be so wonderful to just be able to say, well, it's for reasons given in the tablet.
Right.
And nobody else can fucking read Sumerian, so you can just kind of, say whatever until you run into like Josh and Megan or something. And they're like, "What are you talking about? That's not there." Well, it's in the tablets.
It's in the texts.
It's in the text.
So I feel like in modern vernacular, sometimes people say for reasons. Like
For reasons.
That's now sort of an expression. That's just a shorthand for him. He's been using for reasons since 95.
Since 95. Yeah, he was doing it before it was cool.
Yeah, he's just, but he had the longer version for reasons explained in the text, which I'm one of the rare persons on earth who can read these texts. So just take my word for it.
I mean, I have to because I can't read the text.
What else are you going to do?
Yeah.
Well, apparently
You're an
I shook
expert.
my desk.
You have a degree in...
Looks like Bella's a...
Yeah, what the fuck's going on there?
I shook my desk, and now I'm shaking it on purpose.
Oh, there you go.
So my camera is...
Has Bella got one of those
isolated
motel magic finger beds?
Yeah, that's right.
Do those still exist? I haven't seen one since.
I've never seen one.
80s.
I've only seen them in like movies and things.
Oh, I've seen the real ones, but I saw. So I probably have talked about it. David Shame King, I really do.
We know about.
I've talked about it. I'm sure. So my father, in my childhood and for years, was a like I say traveling salesman, but that conjures up the wrong idea. What he was a traveling salesman, but he sold like mining equipment and forestry equipment, like $500,000 to $2 million machines, like very high end. But the people buying these things are not concentrated, so you do have a wide ranging. So it's like, well, I'm going to a mine in the Northwest Territories, I'm going to a logging camp on the Northwest coast, whatever, right? Because it's like these are the people buying this very specialized, high end, very expensive equipment. So he was on the road a lot, and in the summers, a lot of times when I was a child, I would travel with him so that I could spend time with my dad, and we would go on road trips and stuff. But you would end up in motels and hotels all across our great country in like little towns and stuff. So yeah, I have seen like the magic finger, what's the word for the where like you put money in and there's like you open up the little glass trays and there's pies and food in the
really I've never heard of this.
Oh, what's the word for it? There's a specific word for like it's like a buffeteria or cafeteria, but you're like you buy it's like a man.
I think I have seen that where it's like literally like one pie under in a lock and key or whatever.
Yeah. You put money in and go, right? And it's like it was a road automats. Yes. Thank you, Parlor Trick. Automats. Not a vending machine. No, automat. It's a very different thing. All these things in the 70s, 80s going on. It was a whole, I've even seen, the key, Paul, and the pen. I've never seen anything else. No other objects, but
that's an inside reference for you and me.
It's an inside reference for you and me. And anybody else who should watch The Room, which is one of the greatest sci-fi series of all times. We both love it. Did I ever tell you I bought the complete collection DVD? It was on Amazon for like, I'm not joking, $6.
You did. Yeah.
It's such a good show. And it's although I feel, what do you feel? If The Room had become like an actual syndicated, or like, here's 20 episodes, I feel like the quality probably would have.
No, but here's the thing. It was too ahead of its time.
Yeah.
Because Netflix hadn't started doing.
No, this was on network TV.
Yeah. So, but right now, like in the era of, hey, we'll have like 8 to 10 episodes in a season.
Yeah,
Like if it came out for the first time now,
it would be great.
amazing.
do
No,
well.
but
Yeah.
if it had been a regular series on, say, Sci-Fi Channel or whatever, where it's like,
In
yeah,
the
we
late
need
90s when
we
it was
need
actually
22
made.
episodes of this
Yeah.
thing, or none at all. That's
Here's
how those
22
shows
episodes
were.
with a $8,000 per episode budget.
Yeah, no, that wouldn't have, but I feel like almost I should. I'm still in contact with the writers every once in a while. I should talk to Laura.
And they're great. And the show's like, I have nothing but absolute love for The Room, but I do feel like it would have not gone. It wouldn't have I would have watched it. It would have been fine, but I can't see that premise working well on a 22, 44, 66 episode.
No, but it could have had several 10 episode, 8 episodes.
Yes, but that didn't exist in the late.
Yeah, that didn't exist back then.
Or at least not in North America. In Europe, it did. But not
so it was it was specifically a mini series, which was hard to place. Like mini series is, they didn't get as much press. They didn't catch on as much. So yeah. Anyway, if you ever get a chance to see it, it's amazing.
It's amazing. It was a Sci-Fi Channel starring Peter Krause. I own the DVDs. I've seen it like 20 times. Yeah. It's good. Very good.
So from our astronomical viewpoint, it would be the 10th planet. It is the planet which is the 12th member. So the publisher of my first book, and by the way, it was 20 years ago, condensed this title, The Planet which is the 12th member, and made it 12th planet. So this is the story of the 12th planet, and it goes back to the very beginnings of our own solar system, of the Earth and the heavens as we know them. And this is really the source of the biblical tale and the beginning of the book of Genesis.
When do you believe this 12th planet will return?
Well, first of all, let me say I believe that it will return, because this would be a fulfillment of all the prophecies.
Also, that's how physics work. If it is a planet orbiting our sun,
Right.
you know.
No, but primarily the prophecies.
So here's
yes.
The 12th planet, Nibiru, Planet X, has always been one of my I'm often like, oh, let's do this Art Bell episode on Planet X or Nibiru.
It's true,
because it's one of my personal. It's a thing I love talking. So it kind of started with Sitchins and this, and it's like this Anunnakian going, but within what would you call it, Paul? Conspiracy circle, the Art Bell audience. It became a different thing. So generally speaking, within the Art Bell audience, Planet X, the 12th planet Nibiru, it became synonymous with extinction cycles.
Okay.
So a lot of the, I don't even know how to define it, but the groupthink around Nibiru is that there is this planet, there is, this is, now we're getting away from the Sumerian tablets into like a more hard science idea. Like, no, there is some body, like Sedna or whatever, there is a planet that is orbiting the sun on a whatever year you might remember better than I, like sort of there is a more or less regular cycle to mass extinction events on Earth. And the idea is that there is a body that is orbiting the sun, and a lot of people think it's like it might be another star, a dwarf star or a black hole, and it's orbiting on like a 20 million year orbit. This is huge, long, wide.
That's
orbit.
what I was going to say. Is the extinction event recurrence is in the tens of millions of years?
Yeah. So it's like, but it's like that is actually astronomically possible that there is another stellar body orbiting our sun, but it's a dwarf brown star. It's a black hole. It's something that doesn't really radiate light, so we can't see it. And every 20 million years or whatever, it kind of gets close, and it throws off a bunch of stuff it's still very far away, but it's close enough that it throws off the Oort cloud, which is this huge cloud of comets and ice and rocks that exists kind of outside of the Neptune orbit of Pluto and Neptune and stuff. And there's millions of things out there in a sphere around the sun. And it comes and the gravity affects it and throws a bunch of these objects towards the inner solar system. And they, just statistical numbers, like so many come in, it's like, well, a certain amount will hit Earth and you have a better, so it's like, yeah, something hits and it kills the dinosaurs, it wipes out the Precambrian, like, it's just why, it's kind of an explanation of like why there is a more or less regular kind of extinction events. Like, well, there's something out there that just messes with this huge cloud of rock and ice and pieces that exist outside the solar system, which exists, called the Oort cloud, and it swings by and throws a bunch of them in towards the sun, and they hit all the planets and they mess with all the stuff. And that is the kind of more scientific Nibiru idea that's kind of evolved out of the clearly myth-based stuff that Sitchin is throwing.
Clearly,
yeah,
you closed-minded bastard.
I guess I'm wrong. You're right. Yeah,
you closed-minded. I mean, you can say maybe evidentially or whatever, but clearly, I don't know. That's prejudicing the room, my friend.
But TLDR, when most people on the internet or wherever talk about Nibiru or Planet X or the 12th planet, that is what they are talking about. Not whatever
not whatever this is.
Not whatever this is, where angels jump from one planet to another and stuff. Yeah.
I mean, I'm going to need you to read the finale
I did like
here.
Warehouse 13. Claire, poor Claire. Okay, so this is 3 of 3. I sought advice from Shira 7 about your situation. She assured me that cutting Paul off in the bedroom would cause him to change his mind. Well, I mean, when I asked Paul what he would do in that case, his response was cryptic, but seemed to imply that you have already tried that. If you haven't, I would advise you to do so. If you have, maybe the real clutter is Paul, and it's time for some spring cleaning. Sprinkle, sprinkle, bitch. Bitch added for emphasis by the editor.
Well, thank you, Claire, for your donations.
Yeah.
And for the 3-part tale. Super appreciate that. That's great.
That's great. Anyways,
Old Testament, the New Testament, and in the writings, the Holy Scriptures of other nations in antiquity.
What is the best estimate of its return time?
Can we go to the next question?
Yes, we can. Can I come back now to the question, or do you not wish to answer?
No, go ahead.
If Nibiru should return, what would be the effect on our Earth?
I mean, when I say we, I let me speak for myself. I don't know. The one time when it returned, it brought about the deluge, the great flood, that again is mentioned and described in the Bible.
How? How did it bring about the great flood?
Well, maybe it got so close to us.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, or maybe when they jumped over, they did something.
I mean,
they hit the flood switch.
I guess. Is this a firmament thing?
Well, by some models, there was water outside of the. Well, there's either water outside the Earth, outside of the firmament that fell.
I mean, there's a lot of water outside Earth, like a lot.
Yeah, or the firmament itself melted and became that first rain for the flood. So you raise a good question. I'm not sure how, but my thought was more if we can tell that the last time they were here it caused the flood, and we can tell And we know
Paul,
when that happened. Yes.
some small-minded and
Mhm.
skeptical,
Mm-hmm.
I would go so far as to say bitter people,
Mm-hmm.
will say that the flood is an event that
Mhm.
is noteworthy, and we're just going to arbitrarily assign it to a return from this planet without any kind of thought about how or why this happened. What was the actual mechanism by which this planet caused the flood? This is just a thing that most Abrahamic religions agree did happen, and we will, correlate that without any kind of specific dates or reasons or whatever.
Dave,
Those are small-minded, bitter people.
You know where the reasons are.
Yeah, in the sacred texts,
in the sacred texts,
in the tablets,
who very few people can read.
Very few people, a handful of people,
and
sadly, conveniently or sadly, Josh and Megan couldn't be here.
That's right.
Yeah,
to face the music.
Yeah, or to reveal the truths, the hard truths under our hard-hitting questions.
I wonder now if Josh and Megan were assigned to each other as a couple because they just can't have so many households.
Yes,
you can't like you want half as many households that are able to.
People can't really see it. It's hard. This shirt. Can we see there? Just so you know, it's not just like oranges and tangerines. This shirt lets you know there are good times ahead, Paul. So, yeah.
I'm unclear as to why that was important.
People in chat were talking about my shirt.
Oh, I see.
Good times ahead.
I see.
Hey, Paul.
Yes, Dave.
There's good times ahead.
So you totally cut me off on my very important point about the flood.
It was boring.
We know when the flood happened, Dave.
Do we? Okay, yes.
The flood happened.
Mm-hmm.
This is a problem. The math doesn't work. According to the answers in Genesis, people.
Yeah.
The flood happened roughly 4,000 years ago.
Okay.
But here's the thing.
Yeah.
If the flood was triggered by
Nibiru,
the planet being here, and it's a 3,600 year cycle, that means that roughly 400 years ago, the planet was here again. So what was happening 400 years ago? So in like the 1600s,
I'm going to go ahead and say,
that
the answers in Genesis people who do not have degrees in economics or political science,
fair,
are probably off, and by at least 400 years. So the flood probably happened about 3,500 years.
Right. So in the next 100 years or so, is the real next return.
Yeah. So about 1500 BCE is when the flood happened.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Ask no further questions. Yeah. Well,
makes sense.
Well, after the Egyptians and many,
Don't pay attention to the fact that China was keeping.
China was long established by that point. China and Egypt.
And they have continuous for some reason.
Yeah.
They died, and then their civilization instantaneously started again.
They're a notoriously secretive culture. So they're not going to tell you. They're not going to tell you.
They're very prideful people, so they wouldn't want to admit it that their civilization was wiped out.
I prefer the term proud, but I mean you can throw yours.
All right. Well, I lost to Dave. Dave went away again. Shoot. Well, let me get to the
again.
Did you hit a button? What did you do?
I don't know.
All right.
Second time. All right. Whatever. We're here.
Doesn't matter.
I'm just gonna have another drink.
We're gonna read from Rosina. Continue donating to the Shannon Q team, which I don't understand, but okay.
I understand.
When you get the coffee table, make sure to put a copy of Horse Girl Pretty Derby on it as clutter.
I don't know what that is, but I don't know what that means. To find out.
All right.
I like Horse Girl.
And Theocritic, $50 to my team. Thank you, Theocritic. Thank you so much. Love, you awesome people. That was probably meant for Shannon and Josh and Megan, but okay.
Wow, I don't appreciate being excluded from that group. I understand.
And you.
Why.
I mean, and you, and it was probably meant for.
Yeah, no, it's too late.
Probably meant for everyone but the person whose team they were donated to. Yeah. All right.
False humility is a lie, Paul. We all know.
False humility is a lie.
As other chapters at the beginning of Genesis, the biblical description is just a condensed narrative of much more extensive and much more detailed Sumerian and Babylonian text. So once it goes...
That's actually correct.
Mm-hmm.
Oddly, Genesis is heavily borrowed from other
yes,
texts around the time. So
yeah, see in chat, Sparrow the Sissy has it figured out. I should carry some cuneiform tablets around in a backpack. So he would, who disagrees with me, has to. Oh yeah, these just
that's right.
Tablets. Yeah. Remember Deep Thoughts by Jack Handey?
I do.
Do you remember that I just try to always carry around 2 heavy sacks? So if anybody ever asks me for help, I could say I'd like to, but got these sacks. Yeah, sorry.
Oh, those were good.
Words
Just get your tablets. Worldwide as the deluge.
As the deluge, Paul. The biblical prophecies, by which he means biblical recounting of factual things that happened. Factually.
What should be the future of mankind, you may ask? Well, I would say that it's right in the word.
To understand that, we have to understand the word.
We understand the word. Mankind. So there it is. Mank.
Yeah.
And in.
The word mankind is composed of 2 separate words.
2 separate
Mank and ind. What do these words mean? Nobody knows. It's a mystery. And
That's
so is mankind.
Oh, those were good times. All right.
If I had one wish, it would be for a cross. That way I could play off Superman and Dracula. Hey, you saying something about whatever? I don't know.
Yeah, we're not missing. All right.
The Lord, etc.
Speak of earthquakes and other effects.
Somehow I feel like having the words on screen makes it seem extra silly.
It does, yeah. The Lord, etc. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Ask your prophet. I'm not a prophet, I'm sometimes asked what, in one word, what would I call myself? Am I a biblical scholar? Am I a linguist? Am I a historian?
Yes.
Am I an archaeologist?
I'm sorry that Josh and Megan were here for this.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, I describe myself as am I a scholar, a linguist? No, you probably should be because you're purporting to be.
So what does he call himself? I believe.
I already know the answer.
All of that. But I describe myself as a reporter because due to my ability.
So he's like you and me.
Yeah,
really.
Yeah, I'm a reporter. That's so. There's a podcast I very much enjoy called Hardcore History by a guy named Dan Carlin. Who legitimately does. So Dan Carlin does a lot of research, but he's always very clear at the start of every one of his podcasts. And his podcasts are like 4 to 6 hours long, and he puts them one out like every 3 months. But he's like, I am not a historian. I am not an academic historian. He always says his words that I am a fan of history.
Mm-hmm.
And I am just throwing, these are my observations and things, but he's like, I am not an expert in these fields. Now, that being said, then he will go on, he'll be like, I read these 20 books, and he will cite sources and things for it. So he actually does a very good job, and he is not some kind of crazy throwing out.
Sure.
He puts out a lot of stuff. But he's like, I am not a trained historian. I do not have to, I've never had to defend my opinions in any kind of journal or academic, here's just what I think. Yeah, so this guy's basically is like, I'm not a scholar or a linguist. I'm a reporter about what the Anunnaki are up to and Planet 12 and the tablets.
I just happen to be one of a handful of people who can read them.
The tablets.
The tablets.
The tablets.
Reminder to everyone that we tonight special toast to toast night.
Yes.
Our instead of super chats and things, we are
brain cramp.
We are raising money. Shannon and I will be doing the MS walk on Sunday.
Yes.
And this will be for our fundraising efforts for that team, where I will be personally racing people with MS, is my understanding.
That's what I understand too.
And it is, I also 5K is, it's like 50 miles. I'm not sure. It's a lot of miles.
Both three a little bit.
It's 2 marathons.
It's not. It's 3 miles.
So I will be, and I'm going to be in competition against the people with MS.
You're not.
And if I win, I get the money. I think.
I believe so. Yeah.
But let me assure you, if I win, I'm just going to give that money right back to the MS people, because frankly they need it.
I mean, that's kind of how it goes. That's the whole.
Oh, is that just the thing? They're just it's sort of the.
It's a largely symbolic. That's the word. Like you get the kudos, you get this, but then you give it back. It's the. It would be very poor form.
It's the unspoken sportsmanship rule there that you donate back even though you win, and
it's
could
kind of like the
theoretically
English monarch is in theory in charge. Can pass any law so long as you don't ask. So it's a whole thing, right? It's like you can do this so long as you don't actually do it. That's the understanding, right?
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, either way, what we're doing tonight is we're trying to raise the funds either for MS research or whoever wins this race.
Yeah. Presumably the MS researchers.
Presumably the MS researchers
who will be in the race.
Exactly.
In lab coats and gym shorts.
That's right. So anyway,
Michael Mazzaro's super handily posting the link in chat. Click on that link.
But that's not the good link. The good link is the Paulogia link.
Click on Michael's link
in the description where it says Team Paulogia. Yeah, because
Team Shannon is now Team Dave.
Where's Shannon's not here, man.
But Dave is. So
Dave's
I'm taking
out. All right.
Your talent. I'm one of of a handful of people who can read the Sumerian tablet. So due to what I devoted my lifetime to, I'm able to report to people today what the ancient peoples knew and witnessed, and what they knew was amazing.
Maybe if you are one of a handful of people who can read the language that holds all the secrets of everything, maybe instead of writing all your other books, maybe write a book about how to teach other people to read the stuff.
No.
No.
I love that the dichotomy, the right word. What the ancient people knew. Oh boy, they had this deep understanding and all this thing, but they also couldn't possibly have accomplished anything in their civilization without
without the aliens helping them.
The aliens. But boy, they sure understood things that we don't understand now. They have a deeper understanding of the solar system somehow, despite not having any actual telescopes.
That's right.
because they knew about the complete makeup of our solar system,
Did
which
they?
is more than
They had that circle. You can
They
go see
said
it in
the
the British
sun and the
Museum.
moon were
There's that little
planets.
circle they out of the British Museum, Dave, and that contains all the secrets of the whole universe.
He literally
on the map.
He literally, like 3 minutes ago, within relative time, just said, "Oh, they considered the sun and moon to be planets, but they knew more about the solar system than we possibly could."
Well, it's their classification. They had a broader classification system.
Yeah, I guess
that wasn't a planet, because the sun was also a planet. So they obviously weren't using the same definition.
Yeah.
They
knew about
It's just like, those poor, people in the Old Testament times, they thought bats were birds.
I mean, they fly.
And that whales were fish. Dummies,
you stupid idiots.
And before anyone gets upset with me, I know that's not correct. I know that they knew. I know that they knew the difference.
100 or 150 years ago, they knew of and described Pluto, which we have discovered 65 years ago. That's all.
Bad news. Bad news.
I'm just going to go ahead and say the ancient Sumerians did not know about Pluto.
But in 95, of course, Pluto was still a planet. So bad news for Sitchy baby here. He's not gonna. He doesn't know that in the future that's gonna be demoted.
Yes. And I could go on a length about that whole thing.
Well, let's not do that.
No, that's fine.
So they knew that their mathematics was
I'll be right back, Paul.
Okay.
Some tablets deal with mathematical calculations to the eighth degree, and so on and so on. I mean, the Sumerian civilization is amazing. And if you ask them, how could they know that? I mean, how would you know that without telescopes and microscopes? Yeah. They said all that we know was taught to us by the Anunnaki. Now, that word in Sumerian literally means those who from heaven to earth came. So the essence out of what I'm reporting is not just that there is one more planet in our own solar system, because if that would be all, then we would not be excited, or it wouldn't be more important than the discovery of Pluto 65 years ago.
Well, I mean, people were pretty excited about Pluto. That was a big deal. I mean, I wasn't around 65 years ago, so I don't know, but people get pretty upset when you try to take it away.
You are reporting is that there are or were others.
That is it. What I'm telling people is that all the ancient evidence shows that we are not alone in our own solar system. In other words, the search for so-called intelligent life should not be conducted out there, 5 and 6 and 10 light years away from us, where even if it exists, the communication or contact would be impossible, or not a practical reality. But there are others like us on a planet which is a member of our own solar system that comes to our vicinity every 3,600 years, and it is then that there were comings and goings between their planet and our planet, going back to at least about 450,000 years ago. So
all good?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
All right.
I had company unexpected.
Do you need to go?
No.
Okay. All right. We are coming up on 3.5 hours.
Yeah.
We normally do 4.
Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't say normally. I don't know. We sometimes do 4.
Sometimes do 4.
Should we go to the bottom of the hour? Is that
I mean, it's your special day, friend.
Well, no, not where I am no longer.
I leave it up to you.
All right. Well, I mean, do you have another half hour in you, I guess is my question.
Oh yeah. It's so early here. Like this is
okay. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. That's what I was trying to feel out, whether you got at least half hour in you. Okay.
I will be up for hours yet, regardless.
Okay,
of whether we're on
perfect.
stream.
So
Yeah.
so half an hour is easy. Gotcha. Okay,
Yeah.
well, we'll evaluate then.
This is what we are talking about, and not just about one more planet.
So you are convinced, based on Sumerian translation, that all of this, that this ancient civilization that had this science absolutely did exist, and you are convinced of this beyond any shadow of a doubt?
That's exactly what I'm convinced of, and I hope that those who read my 6 books to date, and as you mentioned, one more is coming next month, titled Divine Encounters. I think the evidence is overwhelming.
So
I feel like overwhelming means something different to you than me.
Well, I mean, it needed 6 books to, it filled 6 whole books, Dave.
It did. It did.
I mean, if there's 6 books about something, that's a lot of evidence.
It is a lot of evidence. If that was evidence.
why, Doctor? You wrote a book.
There's more than
Doctor,
6
called
Harry
what?
Potter books. I don't know if
But the first ones were kind of skinny. Yeah.
But Sitchin's books aren't, they're not 1,000-page.
I'm guessing they're not tomes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Time began.
Yes, I did.
We just got. Have you seen the photographs taken by Hubble? I'm sure you have.
I saw them, and they are incredible.
Incredible is correct. Doctor, how did we?
Oh, the days when Hubble was still a new.
Right. Yeah.
thing. Yeah.
When did time? Is there a beginning to time and an end?
I don't think so. I don't think so in universal terms. There is, of course, a universal time dealing with the whole universe, which we are now only.
Maybe it's still my birthday, universal time.
Yeah, I guess there is a universal time dealing with the whole universe. What does that mean?
Beginning to see in ever growing detail, and those photographs by the Hubble Space Telescope are really amazing. Some of the mysteries in the universe are that earlier discoveries this year showed that some components of our universe are older than the universe. So where did they come from? So this really
I'm genuinely curious what he is talking about with that.
Well, so yeah, it's curious, especially back in '95. I mean, obviously there are some models that would posit, of course, that energy was around, like the energy that there is a pool of energy of which our particular space-time instantiation, used some of. But it's weird. But very few cosmologists would say that, like, before has a coherent meaning, right?
And there's I don't believe this is currently really widely believed, but there was a time when it was thought there were certain black holes that had to predate the universe because they were too big for the they couldn't possibly exist within the understood age of the universe, because there's a finite limit to how fast a black hole can grow.
Gotcha. Okay.
But there's there's a lot of different things. It's like, well, maybe our age of the universe is wrong. Maybe blah 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 blah. There's a lot of different sort of explanations about why this potentially could be the case.
Yeah, and also just the breakdown, the breakdown of what time even means outside of, like, that. There's not a great model of what that even would mean. So,
and there's also there is legitimate scholarly debate even now about how old is our universe. There's a thing called the crisis in cosmology, and there's an idea that, like, we might have a fundamentally wrong idea about how old our universe is, and our ideas about physics might be wrong, just straight up wrong.
Well,
or that maybe they were wrong in the early days of the universe, that maybe the rules of physics didn't work the same in the immediate years following the Big Bang versus now.
You know who would know?
Josh and Megan.
The tablets. Yeah, Josh and Megan.
The tablets know. Yeah, that's where all the
tablets are. So if only maybe I should go fetch that book and actually learn the Sumerian so that I can myself can find out and report back to you folk.
I mean, you've got a lot of free time on your hands.
It's true.
You should learn Sumerian.
Just nothing but sitting around staring at the ceiling.
Yep.
Not to astrophysics, but to philosophy.
Yes.
And to the concept of God. And again, this is the subject I deal with in my new book, Divine Encounters. God. As a matter of fact, if those, and I know that you and your lovely wife have read my books from the very first one, The 12th Planet, you may recall that I end that book with the question, if the Anunnaki who came to Earth from Nibiru created, in quotation marks, created us.
Naki, you came to the Earth from the Bureau, Paul.
I loved that. That was delicious.
From the Bureau.
Naki from the Bureau's here. That's awesome.
I saw some video somewhere. Do you know who Ric Flair is? You know who Ric Flair is, right? So it was like, so recently he had some thing where he got in a fight in some pizza restaurant in the States with like the management and stuff because he's a raging alcoholic and whatever. But so he was like in this fight with the manager of this pizza place, and there was like automatically generated titles. So he calls this guy a son of a bitch. But then the titles are like, and here comes the Egyptian. That's quite clearly not. Wow. Everybody look out, the Egyptians. Yeah. Good try it, YouTube. Thank you. Yeah. How's the MS walk going, Paul?
So we've had a bit of a lull.
Uh-oh.
With the I don't want to cause fatigue amongst our viewers. We appreciate our viewers very much.
A lot of the people here have already donated very generously.
This is what I'm thinking, is that as we go on, of course, but anyone new joining the stream, in case they're interested,
yes,
you can find the link in the chat. We are currently, let me see if I can at least put that on the screen there. So we are currently at 311. Appreciate so much. The initial goal at the start of the evening had been
10,000.
12K. No, just 10,000. That's right. And then Shannon raised it to 12.
Yeah.
So we've already well exceeded. Thank you so much for your generosity. The initial goal that we started the evening with. We are closing in on that second goal, and
we've already smashed the initial goal.
So. We definitely smashed the initial goal, and much thanks to everyone. I don't begrudge any. If you guys just want to hang out now, that's very cool, because so many of you already have given. But if you are new to the channel, we are doing this special episode is dedicated to the MS Walk, Team Shannon and Team Paulogia. MS, of course, is a Shannon and Josh, who both on the stream at the start, are both individuals, examples of people who are afflicted with it. It is a disease that sometimes can be a little bit silent, not for the person who's living it, but for the people who know them for years. But it rarely ends that way. It often ends, unfortunately, with a lot of pain and discomfort and trouble and that kind of thing. So awareness is important, and looking for a cure is important, and helping people live with it is important, and those are all things that Multiple Sclerosis Canada, along with its associated other charities in other countries, it's associated with MS America and the various other things. So anyway, we appreciate you so much. And but for now, we will. So instead of super chats, we're reading the donation notes. So if you want to leave a donation note for us, that would be awesome.
Absolutely. Yes.
Yep.
Every single dollar Very appreciated. Very helps.
Absolutely. So, and thank you for all those who have already given. No, yeah, absolutely.
Deeply appreciated.
All right.
Genetic intervention in the process of evolution. If they created us on Earth, us meaning Homo sapiens, who created them on their planet?
Oh, us Homo sapiens.
I'm asked many times if those visitors to Earth were considered by the ancient peoples as gods with a small g. Did they have a religion? Did they have gods? So these discoveries in space,
I mean, the tablets are unclear.
Can you read the tablets, Dave?
I've consulted experts.
Oh, you've got a tablet guy.
Yeah, I've got a tablet guy.
Okay.
Yeah. I can't read it, much like my soffits. I don't really understand it, but I've got a guy.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I used to think before tonight that Josh and Megan were my tablet go-to people, but it was clear tonight. I think you can agree with me.
Yeah.
They were towing the party line with Big Tablet.
Yeah. I get it. They've got a family. They've got, I try not to moralize or begrudge somebody making a living. You got to do what you got to do. And I have a bit of a nihilistic bent to me. So it's like, I get it. There's, it doesn't matter. Say what you got to say. Do what you got to do. Adulterate your research in whatever way you have to collect your check. Josh and Megan. Clip that. But, Zecharia Sitchin is telling the God small g truth.
Even if they're not nefarious. Now let's be charitable if we understand. Even that they're holding, but they know more than they were letting on.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely.
Even if they're not in the pocket of big Sumer area. There was something, and maybe they, because they have read the tablets in the original language, maybe they just know that we can't handle the truth.
And it's like, I get it. It's like, oh, look, I'm folksy. I wear colorful bow ties. Everything's fine. I'm just, a fun guy. We're kidding around. And don't listen to this crackpot with his weird theories about, the Anunnaki and Nibiru and Marduk and the truths revealed in the tablets. But smoking gun, right? It's connect the dots, for anybody who's got eyes to see, the truth is there. And Zecharia is trying to help you. He's trying to help you if you're willing to accept his help. Paul, are you willing?
I'm willing. I feel like we need to do some kind of investigation as to what exactly happened in 2010 when they took him out.
Yeah.
When Zecharia was, who knows?
I mean, I don't know if we'll ever know.
People don't just die, Dave.
No. Probably,
really lead us, or should lead us, in my opinion, into looking at where we are in the heavens, where we are in the chain of life.
Egotistical, really.
Yeah, because we are really an insignificant, Earth is an insignificant speck of dust in universal terms. And therefore, when we ask each other, when people ask me, do you believe in God? I mean, first you have to define God. But in universal terms, of course I believe. I believe that as the Sumerians believed, and in a way I'm a descendant of the Sumerians because Abraham was a Sumerian who migrated to Canaan, and I'm one of his descendants.
You heard what I heard, I'm guessing.
Yeah, I heard the Zecharia Sitchin has a direct conduit to the real truth. Yeah.
Yes, that's right.
Because like all good conspiracy theories, the Jews.
Oh.
However,
But in this case, it's like, well, because Abraham really was Sumerian, who had the real truths, which Abraham had somehow. Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it. Yeah.
Don't worry about it. And so I probably know more than you.
Yeah, forget the fact that all these tablets, no one's even attempting to say that all these tablets were written after alleged historical Abraham. But okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Our creators, I'll just use that word, may be God with a small g.
Well, those who used genetic engineering, and again, I'm relying on a very detailed Sumerian text. I did
What
not
text?
invent.
What text?
You don't watch Star Trek Discovery, right?
God help me, I tried, Paul. I tried, but I gave up on Star Trek Discovery quite some time ago. Yeah.
So it's in its last season 5, maybe. I don't know, 4 or 5.
Mm-hmm.
And the entire season is one story, as they kind of have been.
Yeah.
They're a little bit episodic, but they have an overarching meta story. So do you remember the Star Trek Next Generation episode? It was actually a 2-episode part for the progenitors.
Yeah. Where you went, and it's like there's the race that has seeded.
Yeah,
it's the explanation for why all Star Trek aliens basically look.
That's the one.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That 2-part episode was one of my least favorite Star Trek Next Generation stories ever. I didn't like it. I thought it was poorly executed. I thought it was explaining things that didn't need to be explained. It was just like, it annoyed me. I hated it. Oh, and the fact that, sure, we let billions of years of evolution run its course if you're looking at all these civilizations, and yet we were just super sure that no genetic mutation would wipe out the secret bit of the hidden code that you need to put together, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, the entire last season of Star Trek Discovery is built on that episode.
Right. Okay.
They are now chasing the progenitors, is the entire thing.
Okay.
And so I'm, as much as I've had mixed feelings, I'm just now, they built a whole season of a show that I'm on the fence about anyway, about 2 episodes that I hated in the past. Anyway, I'm just sharing annoyance.
2 episodes where they're discovering this that take place chronologically far after Star Trek Discovery. Because Next Generation is like 150 years after Discovery.
So you're not up on Discovery at all.
I'm super not, because it's garbage.
Between episodes 2 and 3,
okay,
Discovery gets sent
seasons 2 and 3. You mean?
Yeah, seasons 2 and 3. Pardon me. It gets the Discovery itself with its spore drive gets sent thousands of years into the future.
Okay,
and that's where it's been living for the last several seasons.
Oh, well, good for them.
Is way, way, way in the future, where the Federation is trying to rebuild itself. After basically it became irrelevant, and now they're trying to let's start up again.
Okay. Oh, good for them.
Yeah. So that's how they got around too much complication. But Strange New Worlds, of course, takes place. So those 2 shows were kind of the same show, and then they split them. So Pike and the Strange New Worlds people are currently, in the very pre-Enterprise.
Yeah, because Pike is the pre.
Yeah, exactly. Do
you watch Lower Decks at all?
I don't.
It's pretty good. You actually should. Lower Decks is actually really good. Yeah.
So, and did you know that they took live action a couple of the characters and put them into Strange New Worlds?
I did know that, yes. I haven't seen it, but I knew that was a thing that happened. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't like that one either.
Okay.
Because it just felt, it was so contrived. It was Anyway. Blah, blah, blah. Baimon Sci-Fi Con.
Baimon Sci-Fi Con. Here we go. Yeah.
As we often
later, Paul, we'll just start that chat.
Digress into.
Yeah.
But anyway, whatever he was talking about reminded me of the progenitors.
Whatever dumbass thing this maniac was spouting.
So we've actually had some excellent donations here, Dave, coming in.
Yes. Okay. Fantastic.
So let's get to those.
Yes.
So this was lazy is the first one here.
I'm gonna say lazy.
Okay.
Because it
Are you
sounds
gonna read them?
lazy. Happy late birthday, Paul. I think it's still your birthday where you are, or we.
No, not where I am.
No, we're 15 minutes past, sadly.
We're an hour and 15 minutes past. Your math is
really okay. Well, time
well, that's because you were in this weird place that doesn't like daylight savings and things. So you, you're always changing. Anyway,
no, I'm never changing.
You're never changing. The rest of us.
The opposite. The rest of the fucking world can't figure out what time it is.
We shift and dance
to March, but we got it set. Anonymous. Yes, for multiple surfaces! Exclamation mark. No, on multiple sclerosis! Exclamation mark. Well, I agree with both of those.
That's a good slogan. I like that slogan.
Yeah. Yes, for multiple surfaces. No, multiple sclerosis. We can all agree on that.
We can all agree.
Rosanna Keller. Lulz. Good night! Exclamation for question mark. People keep posting links that end up as 404s in chat.
Uh-oh.
Well, hopefully it's the links that are to donations for this. And then Anonymous with a very generous donation to Paul, which is the lame.
The right one.
What happens if it's a tie? If it's a tie, Paul loses.
It's a moral victory.
Yeah, whatever. So people who lose say. Gordon Main is saying, I felt bad that you were falling behind. Don't. I'm not really for or against coffee tables, but I will say I have never stubbed a toe or banged my shin on nothing. Good
point.
But I was tripping balls. I do have a tiny table to hold the samples from today's sponsor, good man, when I play video games, though. Thank you for this and the other streams drawing more attention to MS. Well, we can all agree on that. And I agree, video games are fun. What was the last video game you ever played, Paul?
Well, so
I assume you played like some kind of game with your kids.
Yeah, do you mean because there's been a handful of like weird phone games that I'm not thinking of, like
Ninja Cat Girl Skirt Lift 2? You
like that, but no, like your Angry Birds and your
how many games do you have on your phone right now?
None.
Okay.
No, you wait. Yeah, I don't think any. Bookworm I enjoyed was I used to also play like Words with Friends.
Right.
I used to do those kind of things. So last console game I would have played
NHL 94?
No, I mean way after that. Obviously, I was still I was working at LucasArts, so I was playing at least up to Force Unleashed and stuff with.
Oh, okay.
I worked on those games. So I guess the last game I played with anyone would have been like Mario Kart or Mario Party, probably like on a console.
Right.
Is this interesting? This
what's the last video game you paid money for?
But not for myself, right? Because I buy my kids games all the time.
You're like, I'm buying this game and I'm playing this game. Is it Civilization 2?
And probably like Civ 4. I don't know. Probably.
Hey, well, there you go. Civ 4. That's something. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Nope. Because when I worked at LucasArts, I didn't pay for games. So
no. You were contractually obligated to play to have fun. All right. Anonymous. Just throwing us.
Just to me.
Just, $5 to you. I assume it's $5 American dollars is $6.87 in beaver pelts.
That's right. That's right.
Indeed, Indeed, anything and everything in my books is based on ancient texts, writings, and pictorial evidence. The only difference between me and
apparently Shannon's drifting out of chat and is upset. Apparently, you're winning in the the head-to-head. So, that's on me.
4007.
Sadly, I'm not able to post links in Paul's chat. So
nope. We don't trust you.
I'm not an admin and I've never joined.
So I'm $50.
I refuse to this day to join your YouTube channel.
I'm $50 ahead.
Yeah.
You don't. It's actually not about joining. I would just have to make you a mod, which I've just not done.
Which also you should never do because I would use that.
I feel like we've had that conversation before, and it just seemed ill-advised.
Yeah.
No.
If you want Pornhub links in your chat, make me a mod. I'll get you demonetized. Son of a bitch.
And I said to myself, what if this is true? What if all this really happened? And thus the books that have the overall title, The Earth Chronicles. So,
I mean, so there's people who say, hey, well, what if the legends of King Arthur actually happened?
Yeah, what if?
And they're able to write some good books based on that, or like the whole Percy Jackson series is, hey, what if that mythology? But those people are able to put forth the hypothetical without actually.
It's the old. I mean, we've seen this on this channel many times. If you come into, and I feel like your main channel, Paul, this field, it's like so many of the debates, whatever you're in. If you come into a situation with the presupposition that this is true, and then just bend your if this is the ultimate truth, and then I can bend whatever facts to.
Sure, right.
This must mean that because this is the truth, so this is what this means because so this supports this because we go, oh hi Bella.
She's snoring.
Well, good for her.
Mm-hmm.
Friggin'
carry on. I didn't ask you to stop talking.
But I mean, I'm not breaking new ground here. I'm not.
No.
Amazing.
No, you're right. Yes, if you're going to start with your, and it's of course, even in general, it's just begging the question, right? It's if you're coming in, if you're assuming the conclusion.
Yeah.
Well, then all the evidence reaches the same conclusion. What do you know? Hey, what a coincidence.
The example I like to use is back in the days when I was in university and you do chem labs or biology labs, chemistry was the big one, right? And you're like, okay, like we're not, this is chemistry 101 or 151 or whatever, right? We're not breaking new ground here. So I kind of already know what the answer to this experiment or lab is. And I've got all my points of data making a beautiful curve. And there's one that's like way outside. And you know what? I'm just going to go ahead and not report that point of data because I can see where I already know the final point I have. So I'm only going to report the points of data from my experiment that support the truth that I already know. I already know what the,
right. Yeah.
The nitration point of whatever, blah, 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 blah. I'm making a nice smooth bell curve and we're just going to ignore everything that doesn't fit that. That's great in, second year chemistry lab in university. It's not
right
when you're doing like actual meaningful research. And not when you're the only person, one of the 4 people on Earth that can read the tablets. Yeah.
I'm a little bit confused, Dave. As you know, I have a degree in commerce.
I mean, do you? I haven't seen it. That's not true.
I
have seen it. I've seen it.
But nevertheless,
you have a degree in commerce. Yeah.
Which is, part of that was a lot of economics classes.
Yeah.
And yet, I can't read the tablets.
But you didn't? Did you take any political science, Paul?
Oh, I didn't. Is that the combination? If you take economics and political science together,
and work in journalism. So
okay.
It's actually
Okay.
fairly refined.
Gotcha. So, but what you're saying is I probably have a bit of a leg up if I wanted to learn to read the tablets.
Yeah, you're already like a third of the way.
I've got the economics part down.
What's
Gotcha.
gonna kill you now is that jobs in journalism now are much harder to come by than they were in the 90s.
It's true.
80s
Do you
and
think the
90s.
people at BuzzFeed can they read the tablets?
They mostly are getting AI to just spit out
Mm,
weird facts that you won't believe? Yeah.
I wonder if AI can read the tablets.
Oh fuck yeah.
Well, then that's why Josh and Megan are so defensive about all this, I guess.
Yeah.
Then.
They're trying to protect their jobs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I bet the recipe for the AI was in the tablets. That's probably how we got the AI.
I mean,
Someone-
that makes
someone
sense,
who-
actually.
Someone who could read the tablets
Yeah.
figured out how to make the AI from the tablets. How
They're-
else could we get it?
Do you assume the tablets were encoded in hexadecimal or binary?
Well, I mean, so what we did was definitely probably something far more than hexadecimal because, and that's probably why it went to pictograph because
Right.
the density of the characters, Dave, as we learned earlier in the show,
Mm-hmm.
he had to put pages and pages. I'm assuming thousands of pages
Right.
onto the 2 tablets that Moses got on Mount Sinai.
Feel safe that you would assume that.
So it would have had to be very dense writing. So you can't just be, and it did have to be physically etched onto the stone.
I mean, you would know better than I, as a person who's researched this, certainly more than I have. Like, if the genetic, there's a lot of genetic information in there, right? Like, how much information is the human genome? It's a lot of characters. It's a lot of.
Here's an area for someone to study. If someone if the audience is looking for like a PhD possible study, I bet if you go back to the 10 Commandments, which we definitely have, of course, we definitely have the original 10 Commandments.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if it's like DVDs and CDs where they eventually figured out how to do layers.
Oh yeah.
Right. So that what was on the surface might have been those 10 rules.
Yeah, that's like CD to DVD, right? Where it's like a CD is
Right.
just one layer, but a DVD is multiple layers.
Right, but you just aim the
Right.
aim lays slightly deeper into the rock,
Right.
and that's where the genome
Right.
and the instructions for ChatGPT
Yeah.
and the map of the galaxy, like those are just different layers of that rock.
Yeah. That if you learn how to interpret. Yeah. It's like the
So
Bible.
it's not just the surface characters.
It's like the Bible code.
It's like the Bible code.
Yeah.
I feel like this is a good research breakthrough, and we should. I'm definitely gonna. I'll message Josh and Megan and let them know that we were onto them.
We figured it out.
Yeah.
Despite their efforts to obfuscate.
I mean, they were probably trying to protect us. Like we are probably now.
Sooner or later, I'm going to break you down and we're going to do an Art Bell episode of the Bible Code.
That's fine. We're probably slated now though for assassination. Now that we've figured out made this discovery.
I mean, I feel like nobody. We're fine.
We're fine. Okay. All right. Well, fair enough.
Yeah.
I think we may have had a couple donations come in. Let me just.
As long as we kind of like throw a sarcastic tone of voice in there every now and then, they're like,
Oh, right. Then they're joking.
That's the trick.
Uh-oh.
That's how we avoid the death squads. Yeah.
So we got dueling teams in the
Dueling
donations.
teams. Microsoft teams. Oh my goodness. There's money being thrown around here.
So there was 50 to Shannon Q.
Q. Yeah.
Which would have made us tied because at one point I was 50 ahead.
Uh-huh.
But now, thanks to Gerald Norris.
Yeah.
I assume related to Chuck.
Probably.
Yeah. 150 to me. Keep going. Your
Go
work
ahead
is
and say
freeing.
nephew. Probably a nephew to Chuck Norris.
Probably nephew. Yeah.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
So Dave, this is Gerald is saying keep going. So let's just keep going.
Let's just keep going. Your work is freeing. I assume it's a typo.
What do you think it might have actually said?
Freezing? Peeing?
Tweet. being.
Yeah, he's trying nicely to say that your work is piss. This is excrement.
That's very generous. If you're going to tell someone,
yeah.
Listen, if you're going to, that's a very generous way to do it.
I
mean,
you're gonna, Yeah.
So look, I have something terrible to tell you, but here's $150. So that's
$150, but and for a good cause, for a wonderful,
but for a good cause. That's right.
Yeah,
that's the way they should fire people. It's like, well, you know what? Here's $150. By the way, you just lost your job, so off you go.
They came here. They found early hominids, like let's call them ape men, ape women. I don't want to use the scientific technical terminology of.
Good job avoiding using technical jargon.
That is confusing and keeps changing. But
keeps changing. Let's just go with the tried and true caveman designation, which is proven to be very precise enough for our purposes.
By the way, with more discoveries, so they found us. They needed
more discoveries that aren't in the tablets.
That's no.
That can't even be.
There is nothing that's not in the tablets.
He must mean more discovery. We're discovering new things in the tablet.
That makes more sense.
Yeah.
Because they needed manpower. They jumped the gun on evolution and mixing the genes of one of their males with the egg of let's call it an ape woman and Eve. By the way,
they jumped the gun on evolution, Paul, and the mixing. And there was some genetic stuff, and then the Eve.
Whoa! You didn't
what?
You didn't let those creatures have sex, did you? Whoa! You totally jumped the gun, my friend. You're not. Look, we can only be here every 3,600 years. If you can't keep it in your pants for 4,000 years,
there's a lot of yada 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 going on there.
Uh-oh, Dave, that's a yawn.
That is a yawn. It's been a long week.
All right. So should we wrap her up?
I mean, how are you feeling?
We're at the time when we said we would.
Yeah. That's probably okay.
Let me get one last let's give people 5 more minutes in case they
Shannon
want
just
to.
threw the good link in the chat again.
Okay.
Apparently she hasn't gone to sleep yet.
Oh, we're also getting so close. Look at this.
Oh my goodness, Paul, where are we at?
So we're at 11,780.
$220. That's all we. Okay, well we gotta stick around. We gotta stick around for a little longer.
Okay, so we'll fight through the yawning.
We're gonna fight through the yawning.
Plus, we just found out from Sitchin here that someone jumped the gun on evolution and let the hominids procreate when they weren't supposed to.
I ordered, just completely changing topic because I ordered a new shirt this week, Paul, that I think Shannon and you are going to really like. I almost want to show you, send you a picture of it, but I'm just going to wear it.
Yeah, let's let it be a surprise. Also, I guess we didn't really get a good look at your shirt. It's the Art Bell shirt, right?
It's the Art Bell shirt. We've seen it many times. It's the Coast to Coast. Look at him, Art Bell with his pirate radio shirt. Look at that badass. It's one of my favorite shirts.
Also, if any of you really want our stream to end, you can just give us $220.
You're like, fuck these guys. Shut up.
And make sure that goes to Team Paul. That's all we had to say.
Yeah.
And even about the time that I said in my very first book, some 270,000 years ago, was confirmed. A few years ago, this year, it was confirmed through genetic studies that the
What was confirmed? Just the tab?
Well, I guess I need to let him finish. Hold on.
Adam also one single male and
yeah.
About
So it's chromosomal, mitochondrial Eve and chromosomal Adam. Do you know what those are? I'm assuming.
I've heard the terms. I'm very, very vaguely. I guarantee you know way more about it than I do.
So all of that means. So there's. Yeah. You know that in our cells we have a mitochondria which has separate DNA from our main DNA.
Yes.
And so that is passed along only through your mom.
Well, let me tell you what I do know, Paul.
Yeah.
The mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell.
The powerhouse of the cell. And that comes from your mom. The powerhouse comes
yes.
from
Okay.
from
Yeah, no, but I do know that.
Anyway, but because so because it doesn't combine, it's a more interesting way to track lineages because it's not constantly being halved and then recombined.
Okay.
So the mitochondria DNA is actually much more stable over years because all it has is its own local mutations.
Right.
So
As
in an
opposed to
egg,
right.
in an egg, obviously that mitochondrial DNA can mutate, but if any other anyway, so what they figured out is that there is a set of mitochondrial DNA from which all currently living hominids spring.
Right.
And that's called mitochondrial Eve. So there is one female hominid
right
that is our common ancestor.
Right. There's the common ancestor of every human being currently living on the planet.
So what is not correct is that common ancestor was the only female on the earth.
Right. Right.
But that we can trace it back to one specific. Similarly, there is a male version of that. There is actually a male, not tracked through mitochondrial DNA, but there is a progenitor from which, if you trace it back, there would be one hominid male from which all currently living humans sprung.
Right.
Those are nowhere near living at the same time. Like it's maybe so the chromosomal atom is like hundreds of thousands hundreds of thousands of years ago, whereas they think the mitochondrial Eve may have been like maybe only, and I'm throwing numbers out, pulling out numbers on my ass, but they weren't anywhere together. Like, so it's like 50,000 years ago, mitochondrial Eve lived, and 300,000 years ago, chromosomal atom. But scientists chose those names because they thought they were descriptive. The problem is that creation scientists jump on those and say, aha, scientists admit there was an Adam and Eve.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was enough words. I said enough words. Sorry about that.
You should say 3 more.
I have all the best words.
That's 5 more.
Oh, I'll take 2 of those back.
6 more. Shit, I can't count.
2,700, 2,070 years ago. So, I mean, anything that the Sumerians told us, that the other solar systems, that planets can have more than one moon, that we have a Uranus and Neptune and Pluto.
I didn't know that the Uranus pronunciation went back to the 90s.
Oh, farther than that, honestly.
Oh, interesting.
Much farther than that. Yeah.
All right. We were in my circles. We were still giggling about Uranus.
It's yeah. It depends on where you are in the world. Like your yeah.
Gotcha. I thought the new pronunciation was specifically invented to prevent the giggling, and that it was more recent. So. But apparently the ancient Sumerians knew about it.
They knew about it.
They knew about it.
They called it Uranus. Yeah.
Everything gets corroborated daily. For example, there were reports a few weeks ago about confirmation that another star, another sun, was definitely found out to have planets orbiting it. And the headline was "New discoveries challenge notion of Earth's uniqueness." And I asked, whose notion? Whose notion is being challenged? Not of the Sumerians. Their notions are being confirmed. So the whole.
So the notions, the Sumerians would deny that we're unique. I guess they would.
They would have, and to be fair, many ancient traditions have,
right, because theoretically there were other gold mining slave races on other
planets, or even in other mythologies, other religions going where it's like Earth isn't unique, right? There were other worlds. There were other,
like Stargate or other.
Yeah.
That's
but it's a it's the Earth centric whatever, right? Where it's like, well, Earth is this special super place, but it's like that's just kind of a more modern take.
We're a little bit closer, Dave.
A little bit closer. So close.
So we've had
more dollars.
Oh, so we've had Claire need to stop drunk donating, but can't let Paul win. All right. I see what's happening here, Claire. I
don't think you do, Claire. I don't think you do. Drunk donating, the best donating.
Rosina Keller says the Y chromosome is weak and shriveled. You can live without it, but can't live without an X chromosome.
I like my Y chromosome. It's pretty good.
I mean, you like it, but do you need it?
It's not weak or shriveled. Turgid.
It's Beryl.
Who have you been talking to?
There's a whole line of jokes here that I just it's not. Don't need to go there.
It's mind-boggling.
It is the modern notions that are being challenged, of course.
It's the modern notion. Indeed, the subtitle of my book, Genesis Revisited, is Modern Science Catching Up with Ancient Knowledge, and of course it is.
There is more and more and more of this kind of thing coming to us. Are we being conditioned for what is to come?
Well, what I believe is that somebody is scouting us, and this happened the first time that they came here. First, they send their scouts or their robots. By the way, these are robots. These are not
what?
That
is late. That is new information. You can't be springing that on us.
Just as the tablets show, there's robots.
Who are the robots?
Who are the robots? I thought you were the robots.
So the people who jump over from their planet when it gets close enough are robots?
I don't know. This is new facts. We're learning the new science here.
I thought these were the small G gods. Are the small G gods robots?
We're kicking the new knowledge here.
If so, ChatGPT is definitely part of the Sumerian.
Oh shit, Paul, you think ChatGPT is on your side? Then you are.
No, I don't.
Ignorant.
But I didn't think it was on the Sumerian side.
The
Sumerian gods, the 12 planet people, the Anunnaki,
Nibiru.
We'll just call them Nibiru for short.
Yeah. AKA Mardu.
Biological.
And these androids, let's call them.
Okay.
So
that makes it worse. That totally makes it worse.
Let's call them androids. What? Please give me literally anything you're basing this on. I would be delighted.
The tablets.
Yeah.
The tablets.
So what would happen when the Anunnaki themselves come back? That was your question.
Yes, sir. Yes.
You're not trying to evade it. What about the fucking robots?
Yeah, what about the robots and the androids? You kind of just threw that out.
I'm not trying to evade anything, but let me just change the topic quick while you get on to something.
Trying to evade it. The answer is not clear even to me, because
not even Zecharia.
Wow, not even Zecharia is a clear.
Despite all of the many tablets that he's read a lot,
and his unique position
as a reporter. Of the tablets.
As a reporter.
Yeah. He doesn't know. He just doesn't know.
Even he doesn't know.
Yeah. The androids probably are.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
One of the most recent, not the last recent, but one of the recent and the most described, both in the Bible and the Sumerian text, is the time of the deluge, the Great Flood.
Mm-hmm.
And according to the Sumerian text, the Bible condensed the two personalities, the two leaders, one of whom was called Enlil, meaning Lord of the Command, and one was Enki, meaning Lord of Earth. Enki was the one involved in the genetic manipulation that led to us Homo sapiens.
Okay.
Remember that verse in Sunday school when we learned about?
I mean, so
which
he's
sub
getting
god?
into the Epic of Gilgamesh. So he's mixing.
That's right.
So this really isn't biblical. He's talking about the Epic of Gilgamesh here.
Oh well, you know what? That's a little bit on me because the Epic of Gilgamesh does have its own deluge story.
Yeah, the whole thing. So I'm like, once I shifted gears and being like, okay, he's not talking about the Bible at all. He's talking about
right.
But even still, I'm like, oh, like you're throwing out a couple things where it's like this is here, but this as like what? Why did Enki was genetically creating Homo sapiens? What is that based on? Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Mm-hmm.
All right. There's the like it's so I mean it's funny in a way, like the jokes that I was making in our sponsorship ad specifically to appeal to Josh and Megan, where I was referencing the Epic of Gilgamesh and how shit, now I can't think of it. The person created Enki. Enki was the god. Enki whatever. And they're like, they give him beer and bread and sex with a temple prostitute, and it's like this makes this thing that we've created human to have the experiences of sex and getting drunk and eating, and that is this being we've created as specifically as a foil to Gilgamesh, and this makes it, he's kind of referencing some of this, but then some of what he's saying is like, what you're saying is just nonsense, or you're super reading into, which isn't strange, I guess. It's the same. It's no different than like Hovind or some of these where it's like, okay, you've even if you take the Bible to be like true, you're taking it and like twisting, well, there must actually have been a giant sphere of ice around the world. It's like, it doesn't actually say that anywhere. You're taking something and then cranking it to the nth degree, so it must mean this. Well, I mean, if you come into it with the presupposition that all of these things happened, then you have to take this to mean this to support your conclusion that you've already come into it with, which is clearly what this guy is doing. And I don't know the text well enough to sort of way, but I know it well enough to know it's like, well, no, what he's saying isn't really accurate at all. Yeah. Anyways, Ronan, Paul has a question for you. Paul?
But what is up, dog?
What's up, dog? I was just gonna go down the floor and get some up, dog.
What is up, dog?
You watch what we do in the shadows, right?
Yeah.
The episode where Colin Robinson keeps trying to get people to.
Yep.
There you go, Timothy Harmon, a man after my own heart.
My thick chromosome compels me to donate.
Hell yeah!
Thank you, Timothy Harmon.
That's a massive Y chromosome. Good job.
Exactly. So I do want to reiterate. So if you have already donated, or if you're unable to donate, or if your circumstances don't let that happen,
we're not trying to make somebody feel guilty.
No, there's no need. We don't need to do repeats. You don't need to, like we're not looking for any of that. We are hoping if we can, by the top of the hour, which is only 12 minutes away, if we can get to the goal, that would be amazing. But I do think we want to wrap it up. But I'd love to see.
In our heads is 12,000.
That's right, correct. The goal we have in our heads is 12,000, and so if we can see that before we sign off, that would be amazing. Otherwise, we trust that those who are watching on replay will help us get that far
tomorrow
before Sunday, so that when we do the walk, which I do understand is not a race.
Well,
man, do I understand?
Yeah. It's a race.
There's so much I don't understand.
and Enlil was the stricter one, the one that wanted everything to go by the law and not to digress, etc. So the complaints of Enlil, who instigated the notion of not telling mankind that the deluge is coming, so that mankind would be wiped off the face of the earth, and Enki connived with his faithful servant and worshipper, whom the Bible calls Noah, connived to save Noah and his family and some of the friends, etc. So there were
friends.
Some of the friends.
Let's.
Like
Well,
his
I
good
mean,
friend the zebra and his good
well, they're no, maybe he means the lady friends. They all quickly got married.
fair enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
two of them, or whose descendants now lead the Anunnaki.
We jumped the gun on that evolution, though.
With benefits.
I don't know. The complaint of Enlil, which he used to justify his suggestion, let us not tell mankind about the coming catastrophe and let mankind be destroyed.
I'm curious, Paul.
Yes, David.
I know you don't know the answer to this question. What makes these tablets, hard literal truth, and why don't we believe that the Aesir battled frost giants and that Ragnarok is coming for us all when Jormungand, the world serpent, will eventually devour all? What makes this particular is it just that this is possibly the oldest civilization?
I feel like I feel like this is it's an ageism of sorts. Like it'll like first come like clearly all these Norse mythologies are at least recorded much later.
Much later.
So, there's no evidence.
There's no question about that.
There's no specific. Now, one could, argue, well, that's an argument a bit from silence. How do we know that, those mythologies weren't being orally transmitted long before
they definitely
these tablets were written?
But you say, for example, I threw out Norse because I'm more familiar with that. But, certainly Chinese, some of the early myths and Pengu and some of these things, like those are multiple thousands of years BCE that the earliest recordings. I'm curious what I do think probably Josh or Megan might know better. I think Sumerian and that kind of Mesopotamian region is like that's the first. That's the oldest.
That's my understanding. Is that it's the oldest writing that has survived.
Yeah, and probably was like it'd be called the cradle of civilization for a reason, right?
You may well recall, Dave.
Yeah,
that our good friend Zecharia Sitchin here.
Yeah,
he's an Orientalist.
He is an Orientalist. Yeah, and yet
that was his profession. He was an Orientalist. So he should be aware of whatever was going on in China.
I will grant him this. He never described himself that way.
That's true. That's true.
He called himself
we
a
shouldn't
reporter.
besmirch.
Yeah, he never.
Let's not besmirch him.
Yeah. There's a lot of people who call me a prophet or.
That's right. Yeah.
This is like.
It's not on his business card.
No.
Yeah.
I'm no prophet.
That's right, and I'm
just a reporter. But everything I say is
sure I'm not an actual historian or a linguist or
off you go. Bella goes. Goodbye, Bella.
Bye, Bella.
One which the Bible stresses that there was evil, men became evil. And in the Sumerian text it says that Enlil complained about the proliferation of mankind, that there are too many of them.
Yes.
Now I
have the same complaint.
Yeah. Too many.
Definitely believe
now
that
Paul specifically says too many Mexicans, but
no,
that's what he says to me outside of chat. I'm not supposed to.
Well, happy fundraiser, everybody!
Happy fundraiser. This isn't what I think. I want to say. I think all races they're all fine. Yeah.
There's too many of everybody.
Factors that would be taken into consideration, whether to give us more knowledge and technology, which was done in the past every 3,600 years, the transition from Old Stone Age to Mesolithic, Neolithic, Sumerian civilization. It's always at 3,600-year intervals. That the decision whether to continue that or whether to look to our demise again as at the time of the deluge would depend on these two issues. Mankind's evil, and we have seen plenty of it during World War II and the Holocaust, and many repeats of those phenomena like now in the former Yugoslavia, and what's happening in Africa, which doesn't get enough publicity, but the slaughter there is incredible.
Yes.
Of tribe against tribe, etc. So
I'm genuinely curious what event in Africa he is referring to at this time. I assume maybe Rwanda, but
yeah, it's possible in the mid
the
'90s.
time would be about right for the Rwanda genocide. That's it. Pick your horrible
That's right.
Armenian genocide or whatever. Every 50 years or so, something truly horrific happens in the face of the earth that you can pull out as an example of evil, which is a noun.
So, Dave,
Yeah.
we're approaching the top of the hour here.
Yeah.
Do you have a are you going to end us on a joke today?
Oh, you
You don't have to.
I didn't even think of one. I forgot about a joke because we had wonderful guests and all this other stuff happening. The other day, Paul.
Yes, Dave.
I was at the grocery store.
Okay.
Just picking up a couple things on the way home from work, right? So, not a lot. I'm not getting like a full. Don't have a list or anything. It's just like, oh, God, I need a couple things. So I get a stick of butter. I get a carton of milk, and a bunch of bananas.
Okay, so like $93.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's it. Stick of butter.
Mm-hmm.
Liter of milk, 2 liter of milk, and a bunch of bananas, and I go to the till. And as I'm ringing it through in the express lane, because I don't really like the self-checkout. So I'm in the express lane going through, and this cashier, who's a young female, says to me, he's like, you must be single. I said, wow, I am. It's like, you could tell that just from what I bought here. She said, no, you're ugly. So it's not my best joke.
No, it was pretty good. Pretty good. Yeah. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we are ending off. We are not quite at the goal.
Not quite. But maybe somebody's about to donate $123, $43, $53. Probably not. Well, wait,
Dave.
Paul, you ignorant slut.
I've been refreshing.
We're over the goal.
Did we just get a sudden? What happened? Did we
What
get
happened?
we got one huge donation.
Oh,
Look
my
at this.
Sweet Jesus.
Oh my
Thor
goodness
versus
gracious.
Darwin. Oh my goodness.
That is crazy generous. Wow.
Very
Thank you so
generous.
much.
Yes.
554.80. We'll be sure to get your charitable receipts because that is something that this organization will give you.
Yes. Absolutely.
But wow, thank you, Thor versus Darwin, and thank you, Barry, also for and Thor put that on Team Shannon.
Well, so that's it. So Shannon will have crushed you.
So
today.
Shannon will definitely will be refreshed. Shannon should be ahead. So 46, 72, and I'm at 42.
Yes.
Oh, so Shannon is now crushing me which is good, as it should be.
As all things should be.
As all things should be. But thank you so much to everyone.
Yes, Echo Michaels. Thank you so much for being here tonight. Yes, and helping. It's really, honestly, legitimately, no jokes or funniness aside, this is a fantastic cause. We honestly really believe in it. This is great. Every dollar donated really helps. Even if you donate outside of this chat or whatever, the fund.
That's correct. They will still accept donations. That's right. Even if you're past,
they'll still accept donations next week or 2 weeks.
Yeah.
6 months down the line. This is a very worthy cause to donate to, and we appreciate all of you so much for being here with us and helping out.
That's amazing. Thank you so much. And on that note, I guess have a good night.
Good night. Good night. Good luck. Godspeed. And that's